Now we are here, we want to hear and discuss and learn more of what we have been doing. We pray that, Lord, you come and be with us, you guide, lead in everything that is going to take place here. We pray that we read those who are still coming. We pray for your blessings in this place and whatever thing is going to happen here. We pray all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to start us off this morning, please join me in welcoming the country director of ADRA Uganda, Mr. John Mwanza, to address us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We really want to welcome each and everyone who is here. And I want to recognize the government officials and most especially those from Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, but also even other cooperating partners, but also even our donors themselves who have been funding us. That's Global Affairs Canada, even if they are not here. My fellow country directors from the consortia, civil society partners, development colleagues, community representatives, the media, but also I want to recognize the religious leaders who are here. They are also partners in this particular work which we do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Let me begin with just one snippet of a story. Every Friday, Ministry of Health convenes a meeting and where we discuss issues to do with teenage pregnancies. And some 2 weeks or so ago, there was a district, I think it should be, I can't pronounce the names quite well, but I know the most successful district was the Ajumani, which we looked at last week. And but before that, there was a district. And in one of those meetings, 33 cases were seen to have been presented, that these cases were to do with sexual violence against the girls. And these were reported and lodged with Office of Director of Public Prosecutions. No case was taken to court. There was no prosecution by the time we were having the meeting. Now, these 33, their young lives which have been scarred. The 33, they are the families. The 33, of course, their families are waiting for justice. And yet, not a single case has made it to court. No one. I don't know what you think. I don't know how you feel. This is a story in Uganda, not anywhere else, but in Uganda. It's a story where adolescent health and sexual reproductive rights are in crisis. A story where too many girls are silenced. Too many families lose hope. And justice too often fails to arrive. For me, I call it as a national disaster. Because if we have such a situation, then we cannot really be able to have a developed country. And that is why today matters quite a lot. The midterm evaluation we will hear is not just about projects and numbers which we have. It is a wake-up call. It tells us what is working, but it also forces us to confront where we are failing as a team. And if we are honest enough to ourselves, we'll be able to see failure, how it is costing the lives of these particular young ones. But today is also about courage, which we need to have. The launch of the community of practice gives us a chance to disrupt the status quo, to move beyond reports which are on the shelves and turn evidence into urgent action, to harmonize our voices and fight together. You know, we are here as a consortium, different organizations coming together. She sows, share, stand up, and also together. Not as a separate program, but as one movement that has been united together for a cause. We thank Global Affairs Canada, the government of Uganda, and our partners for their commitment. But let us be clear to ourselves that partnership without justice is without accountability. And without urgency will not change the lives of those kids or children, girls, families who have been scarred. So today, I call on the government, let every case of abuse see the inside of the courtroom. Let every survivor see justice delivered. And let every child see that Uganda does not tolerate impunity. Colleagues and friends, if we live here with one conviction, let it be this: that no girl will suffer in silence, no predator will walk free, and no child will be denied healthy, dignity, or justice. Uganda, as it is now, cannot wait. It is time for us to have bold action. It is time for us to have real accountability. And that time is not in the future, but the time is now. And that's the reason we are coming together. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Can we give him a better hand clap? Thank you very much. Key about what he said today, teenage pregnancy is still present with us as a country. Of course, we know the statistic still stands at 24%. It means we all still have a lot of work to do. Again, it's a time for us to reflect what is working and for us to honestly see where we have failed and see how to do better. We're all here as one movement. And of course, each and every one of us would not prevail if government was not providing a conducive working environment. At this point, I'd like to call the other country directors to come and say a word for 2 minutes. We'll call the country director of Right to Play. Mr. Titus, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Brenda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The government dignitaries here, our donors and partners, fellow country directors, and the people that we support and work with in the communities. We want to thank you very much for coming, and would like to thank the different partners that have worked together to ensure that this day becomes a reality. The last few months have been very telling and have been very instrumental for us as the civil society. We have learned a lot of things. And if there's anything we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, it is that the days of competition are over. We have learned that we need to collaborate. We need to learn from each other if we are going to continue to accomplish our missions and our mandates in the different communities. We have also learned, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to become more efficient, we have to become more transparent, and above all, we have to become learning organizations. So we are here today to learn, to reflect from what we've been doing, and try and see how we can become better so that we can continue to address the issues and the challenges that affect the children in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned that indeed madness is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So even as we come here today, it's our prayer and our expectation that we shall be able to reflect critically and learn from what other people are doing, learn from what is working in other organizations, and together we believe we can give life to children's dreams. This is our desire. Last week we were in Germany and we were amazed to see what communities can do if they're empowered. We met with one group that has worked tirelessly to support a girl that was defiled and conceived and had dropped out of school. They put her back in school. They are working together to ensure she stays in school. They have bought a goat for her to guarantee her livelihood. And they are putting together school fees. So these are the stories we believe that if we empower communities, we can be able to ensure that we have thousands and thousands of such stories. We have learned that it's important we strengthen the structures in the communities. We strengthen the safety nets so that our communities become strong, they become safe spaces for our children. So I want to thank you for coming, and it's my desire and prayer that we shall be able to learn from each one of you, and please feel free to share, feel free to critique, and feel free to share your best practices and your lessons so that we can be able to become better in what we're doing. I wish you a very nice deliberations. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Titus.
I think it will just be unfair of me if I don't introduce my colleague who has come all the way from Lebanon, Arola Hodeib. Just stand and wave to the people. Thank you for coming to join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So key from what Titus has mentioned is for us to learn. Learning never ends. We need to learn and relearn. And of course, for us all to be intentional in the work that we do and go the extra mile. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the country director from CARE to also say a word to us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to write on the protocol that is observed. I'm not the country director for CARE. I put a disclaimer there. The country director, the program director, and the country leadership team are in a workshop somewhere. I'm studying in. I'm the initiative manager for the SRHR project, which we implement in Uganda, in Kenya, and in Zambia. So I'm called Ronald Ogal. I'll be giving a brief remark on behalf of the country director CARE. This is the perfect opportunity for us. And like the country director for Hadra mentioned, and Titus, this is the time for us to come together as a team to pick some of the learning, some of the lessons that have already been presented to us. And I want to borrow one of the words from the Commissioner Minister of Health in one of our meetings on the Friday, when we're looking at how do we solve this. We have a tap flowing, and we have so many people with the moppers. We are trying to clean this water, but we are not really closing this tap. Can we use this space, this opportunity, so that when we leave here, we don't go and start cleaning this water from this tap that is flowing, and we find a way of closing this tap. The problem of teenage pregnancies, the problem related with adolescent sexual reproductive health, the economic empowerment for the young girls remains a big thing for us. But of course, we know the drivers, we know the norms, we know things that are pushing this. It's my prayer that we use this space this morning and the afternoon for us to look at what we have not done, not what we've done well, so that we are able to pick lessons and how we can work together as a team so that we are able to challenge this. I want to thank the different consortia I know that are coming up together. This is the way to go. We need to come together. It's not the perfect time for us now to sit in our corners and do things. It's time for us to come and work as a team and support each other, learn from each other, build and pick on some of the failings so that we do it differently. A lot of findings will be presented. Let's pick some of those areas, what we can do differently so that when we go back, we are able to cause a change. Of course, we cannot stop this without thanking the Global Fair Canada, where this money is coming from. We are grateful and we remain appreciative for this. So without taking much of the time, I bring you greetings from the country office of Uganda CARE and then the rest of the countries that are implementing SHISHOAs. We are here with other partners. We have the ROM, Rich Han Buya. We have Restless Development. We have Naguru Teenage Centers. And then we have 4 trust agencies. So thank you. I beg to stop there.
I'm hoping that our energy levels are already not going down. Can we give him a better hand clap? Thank you. Thank you, Ronald. And Ronald has re-echoed the fact that we all need to work together. Teenage pregnancy, again, like he said, is still present with us. It's like a tap flowing. So we need to devise ways of stopping it and what word should I use? Address the symptoms. I think we also would like to take this opportunity to thank Global Affairs Canada. We all wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the funding from GAC. So in their absentia, would like to say, would like to clap our hands, maybe all of us, and say thank you to GAC for availing the funds for the projects that we've implemented over the last couple of years. So let's just clap our hands as a thank you to GAC. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, let us hear from Oxfam.
Finally, we have a lady CD among the 3 male CDs. Okay, I will begin like Ronald mentioned. I'm not the country director of Oxfam, but I'm representing the country director of Oxfam, who is caught up in a number of other engagements. So my name's Patia Atugonza, and let me say I work for Oxfam. This time I will not mention my position because I'm now the CD. Okay. I'll start by observing all protocols. The government of Uganda, the donor, the media, religious leaders, and all other stakeholders that here to support this agenda. I also want specifically to thank the Minister of Health, the Minister of Water and Environment, the Minister of Gender for allowing to work with all of us in supporting this cause around SRH in Uganda. I also take the opportunity to thank the government of Canada for the funding that they've given to the different consortium members that are here to make sure that issues of SRH are addressed in this country. So we all acknowledge that SRH in Uganda, and of course globally, remain a big issue. Just like other colleagues had already mentioned, we still experience issues of teenage pregnancies. We still see unwanted pregnancies, because the teenage pregnancy will specifically look at the teenagers, but also as the old people, we also experience those challenges when we get unwanted pregnancies and so forth. And of course, just like another person mentioned, some of the things are coming from factors, maybe within our own communities. When we look at the cultural and the social norms around the communities where we are coming from, they all contribute to some of these challenges that we are getting through SRH-related issues. So regarding SRH challenges specifically, I would say we have issues around accessing SRH services, specifically issues to do with information, the SRH commodities themselves, but also we know our cultures and beliefs and perceptions also exacerbate some of these challenges. And of course, that calls for all of us to come together and of course respond to these challenges accordingly. Today's MTA, Dissemination, I want to appreciate the consortium members. I've been part of the organizing team. It has not been easy, but I want to thank all of us for making it happen today. And of course, like we said, it's not just sharing the numbers and all those stories, but it is also for us to appreciate the efforts by the different stakeholders and partners that we are doing in the different communities. We'll be able to see what the different people have been doing. We'll be able to appreciate, but also be able to learn from each other. And of course, thanking the idea that these different stakeholders, different partners, come together so that we don't work in isolation. So now we talk about SRH in Uganda. At least we have to know who is doing SRH, funded by GAC. And in this moment, I think we'll be able to see who is doing what, who is working where, and then we'll be able to see how we support each other to avoid issues of duplicating services and so forth. So I also take the note to say, as Oxfam, what we will share today will not be a representation of our MTE. So we have not yet conducted our MTE. We are just in the process. So we'll be sharing a few insights. So when you see what my colleagues will be presenting, please don't say this is the only thing we have been able to achieve. So those will be some insights from some of the project reports, but not specifically a representation of MTE. I want to thank all of us once again for coming, and I want to wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and clap for me as the only female CD.
Thank you very much. Fatia is a gender specialist, so we can understand where she's coming from. So again, a big thank you to all our country directors who have been able to speak to us. I know Hope has something for the country directors. Hope? We'll request that you come and stand here, the different country directors. Fatia, Ronald, Titus. You can let us know what you are handing over and
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For all our speakers, we have something small for them, and so allow us perform a small function of handing over this token of appreciation appreciation to our speakers. The first one will go to the country director of ADRA Uganda, and that is none other than Mr. Mwanza John. The next speaker was the country director of Rise to Play. The other speaker was the country director of CARE. You're welcome. And finally, the last speaker was the country director of Oxfam. Thank you. My role has ended here. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause to our leaders. It is a very bold vision, and there are quite some powerful actions that we've been asked to take even after today. There's so much work to be done. There's already a lot of work that has been done, and I hope that from the deliberations here, we'll even get more energized to go and do this amazing work. We're going to listen to some of the people who have gone through these programs, some of the beneficiaries, their life before, what they are doing now. And allow me to welcome them to the front. Let me start with Martha Namatovu. Please come. Jackson Ogwal, Nachiganda Davita, Richard Jamid, and Jessica Oyela. Please come and join us at the front here. Please have a seat. Okay. Okay. So there's an extra chair there. We can put it there for now. We'll start with Martha Namatovu. Please tell us byavawa byalibitya oli kuchikati. How has your life changed? Okay. Can all of us see? We can? Martha.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Namatovu Martha, and I'm 22 years now. I come from a family of 7 members, and I stay with only my mom. We grew up without a father, and our mother was our father by then, up to now, actually. The job that my mom was doing was a stone quarrier. What do you know that job? Stone quarrier. Yes. A jerrycan was for 200 shillings. 200. And is it fine to mix Luganda and English? It's fine. Okay, thank you. Nga nze ndi mwana wa kuna. Then, omwana omukulu ye yasoma n'amala senior 4. Fe abasigadde we just there. So my mom was like, takyasobola kutuweerera ku lw'omulimu gwaliko nga we have to rent ate nga alina to feeding at home. So me and my sister were like, no, mami takyasobola, tugende tumuyambeko to do that job. Tusobole okuba nga tukola sente ezitumala ewaka. Kuba from morning to evening, making that 200, my dear, it was very difficult. So for me, I decided to stop in P7 because of the money. By then, my mom was the father. She had to rent the house and to buy all the items at home. Then I joined my mom for that job. Sobola okuweza sente ezo. Abalala bo ne baddayo ku ssomero. We were just two like this. Mami yagamba, no, we cannot make it. Then ne tutandika omulimu gw'okuba amayinja. Nenga ekidomola kya 200 shillings. Twali tukyakuba amayinja. Our women leader yali ayitamu. Twamulira ng'alanga about she showers. My mom was like, do you know what, Martha? Go and try. Omanyi some projects, yeah, they come in our community and they disappoint. Then my mom was like, go and try that one. So I was like, okay, mommy, let me go. We went through SRH, or the curriculum, for 1 full year. We were 30 in a group called Conquerors. Then that 30, others were like, no, for us, we are not patient enough. We are going. Others got married. They produced. They went. And for me, I was like, no. The family I'm coming from is not good. So my patient, I'm going to put all my patient in she showers. Because in our curriculum, we had decision making. That thing made me to be confident enough to know what I am, to be having goals. Nembera ngamba, you know what, Martha, you will make it. Martha, you will make it. Martha, you will make it. That full year goes. Then then Miss Rebecca called me and told me, do you know what, Martha? You're going to do skills. I was like, thank you, God. I wanted to be a tailor. I was very happy by then, and I told my mom, do you know what? Finally, God has made it. These tears are tears of joy, sorry. I told my mom, God has made it. My mom was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. I went through saving. I borrowed 20,000. I bought some things. I made a kadala. Do you know kadala, eh? The tomatoes, what?
A tomato store.
Yes, tomato store for my mom in our saving. I was like, my mom, let me put this business for you. After borrowing that money, my mom stopped that job. We started getting money from this tomato store. Then I went through my skills because it's the thing I wanted to do. I made it only 6 months because I had it in my blood. And the only thing I had to do to focus on my skills. I wanted to show my mom that even though I stopped in P7, but I can do this. I went through SRH. I went through savings. After that, she showed us, because I was patient, I loved Shishoas very much for that, and they gave me a job to work as peer educator, to teach adolescent girls. And every time I teach them, I have to talk about my story. Because what I am today, it's because I learned about decision making. What is failing us girls, we don't make decision. You will have what you want to do, and another time, like today you want to be a tailor, someone comes, do you know what, Martha? Attend we wali akafu, now you go there. For me, I said no, I'm going to settle with one thing and in one project. We had many projects, as I told you, but they disappointed us. Now Martha standing in front of you today. I'm a tailor, I make all things. And I'm paying fees for my sister. My mom is no longer working Stone Quarry. I got a job for my mom. I borrowed 20K for saving, but now that 20K, we have interest. My mom eats food. My mom is okay now and is very proud of me. And those girls, and the girls left the group, they are proud of me now. Even the community I come from, they tell them, you be like Martha. Because now, Singa, I was that girl who was like, you know what, Martha, do this, do this. Because my friends, by then, they are not patient. They got pregnant. Singa naba nanga babiri. Because I joined Shishoas in 2021. This is 2025. I'm still with Shishoas. And the girls are like, you know what, Martha? I'm a role model, actually, in our community. Every parent's like, I want you to be like Martha. I want you to be like Martha. My mom is proud of me. My little sister now is senior 4 this year, and I'm paying fees.
Nice.
That money is not from a man. It's from me. I liked my mother. My mother stood like a woman to take care of us without a man. So that money is from me, it's not from a man. And what I did not like in my life, I don't want to beg. It's the reason why I like, no, I will borrow money. I do my own things. I do my own things in a workshop. That money, I do my own things. I rent for my mom. I pay fees for my sisters. And I do everything by myself, but I don't stand by the power of the man. I don't like it.
And all the men say, if you're seated next to a man, ask him, where's your money? It's not, at least Martha doesn't have that money. So Martha, are those some of the things that we see at the back that you make?
Yes, they are
Okay.
all my things. And
Awesome.
I would like to thank all our sponsors, Banange. Thank you very much for the good work you're doing in the community.
Yeah.
Other girls, they are not patient, as I told you, but there are some girls, they want these opportunities, but they have been deceived because of the boyfriends. But for me, I refused. I told my boyfriend, if you want me, wait for me until I get
Money.
what I want.
Hey.
Yes. Until I get what I want, you wait for me. But I have to finish my goal today.
Nice.
That confidence came after seeing my mother suffering. From morning to evening, sitting down in that sunshine is not easy.
Yeah.
And my mom could come back home with only 3K. But in the morning up to evening. So I was like, no, my mom will not do that work.
Nice.
So right now, I'm a tailor. I pay fees for my sister. My mom is proud of me, and the community is very proud of me. Do you know, being in the community, when everyone like that girl is doing this, akola chino, atambula n'obulenzi akola chino. Kati, the parents are like, I want you to be like Martha. Martha yali muwala, mama akuba amayinja akola chino. But right now, my dear, abali banjogerako, they say, hey, hi, Martha.
You know?
Yes. Can you get me a kilo of sugar?
You know?
I'm like, I will. Because right now I can.
Martha is now a sponsor. Can we clap for Martha, ladies and gentlemen? Some of the items she works on at the back, will get an opportunity for you to see them. And of course, you can talk to her and also hear her story in case you want to talk more.
I want to thank the
yes.
government of Canada. Thank you very much. Your man is doing something in the community. The sponsors, the money you send is doing something in the community. It's changing girls. It's changing adolescent girls. Thank you very much. May God bless you. And I'm one of them. She sure has changed me. I was a bad girl, but right now,
you're a good girl.
I'm a good girl and I'm a responsible person.
Nice. So, Bugalo, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Mr. Jackson Ogwal. Jackson Ogwal. A pastoral hug, please, to a good girl. Please, another hand. Aha. Aha. Very good. In fact, the Gen Zs would say bad girl. Say bad girl. And now she's a good girl. Yeah? Wonderful. Thank you, Martha. We are very happy for you. And congratulations. I remember when I was growing up, they would say, you want to be a hooligan like Bebe Cool. But now my mother asks me, but for you, why aren't you rich like Bebe Cool? Even him, he was a bad boy. Now he's a good boy. Transformation. The word is what? Transformation. It's working. And Martha is one of them. Jackson, what's your story?
Yes, good morning. My name is Ogwal Jackson, as they have mentioned, and I'm from a place called Acholi Quarters. For those who have heard about Acholi Quarters, it is a place where most of the people who are the victims of the days of Joseph Kony decided to go and settle there. And it is a slum, and as we all know, there is a lot associated in the slums. So I will talk about my story before the project. It has not been easy for all of us, but mostly I will talk about my sisters, because at our home, we grew up with both the parents, but then our father is someone who is so much rooted into tradition, and he always believes that a boy should be put first, and that the girls don't deserve some other things. Some of the things make us emotional, but as a man, they always say women are supposed to be strong. So that is what we have to do. But me personally, and my other brother, we were able to go to school. I went up to senior 6. But then now what pains us a lot is the fact that our sisters were not able to study because our father was so much into tradition. And I will share a story about 2 of my sisters. There is the one I follow. It was 7 years ago. My father was trying to force her into early marriage because by then things were not good and he wanted at least to get something. So what she did, she was so stressed and she decided to run away from home. And by that time, when she ran away from home, we were heartbroken. We thought something had happened to her. It was so painful. Sometimes if you even think about it, it was something so painful because by then we were still also a bit young and seeing all that stuff gave us a lot of, it disturbed us a lot. She ran away from home. When she ran away from home, we thought something happened to her. She just disappeared. She vanished. And this was because she was being forced into that stuff. And most of the years we have been living with that, it was a lot of pain. It was too much. But hopefully, one of my brothers reached a time. Because it was when the project already came in. We have been having sessions. Then he got the courage to look for her because they were always in contact, but she always never wanted my brother to tell my father because she was scared to get married early. All that happened before the project. Then let me also talk about my other sister. She's a victim of teenage pregnancy. She got pregnant. She was 17 years. And this all came because they were not providing. And there was a lot of pressure. And as you know, girls are always vulnerable. They need help. So sometimes they are forced to do things they are not supposed to do. So just because of that, someone was providing. Because when we followed, we found that she lacked a lot of things and she was desperate. So that is how she ended up becoming a victim of teenage pregnancy. And all those years we have been living in the family, but there was no peace at all. To be honest, there was violence. Because my mother always blamed my father for all the things that were happening. And my father also didn't want to take the blame because he believed him as a man. He has to control everything. A woman shouldn't tell him everything. But then the good thing is that when this project came in, we have been having sessions. But it has not been easy to involve him. It has not been easy. Sometimes the mentors would come and he would want to chase them away. Sometimes he would just look at them and go away. But for him, when he went, we always had those sessions. And it was majorly, it was mostly dialoguing. And most of the things we always talked about was SRHR and teenage pregnancies. Though we had a lot of sessions, but when I relate to the things we go through in our community, because it is slums, we see that teenage pregnancy is so much, it is so high, and also violence is so much. So we learned about sexual and reproductive health rights. Right now, if I look at myself, those days I was not involved in anything concerning the girl child, anything that concerns menstrual, cycle, and all of them. I was not involved at all. But when this project came and taught us, right now, as I talk, by the time the month is ending, we make sure we get for our sisters sanitary pads. We support them in all ways because we know it has not been easy for them. So we make sure we do that. We only don't do that at the family, but also we make sure that sometimes we lobby sanitary pads and we provide to the people in the community because you find out that there are people who cannot afford the sanitary pads. and there are girls who don't know yet about it. So we make sure we provide and we also teach them about sexual and reproductive health rights. Then also, we make sure we give them the knowledge on some of these things so that we can prevent teenage pregnancies. And also, we make sure that we talk to their parents so that they see how they can provide for their kids to avoid all these things. But for my father, right now, he's not yet fully changed, because change is not something that comes in 1-2 years. It is something that takes so long because he has been so much into tradition. But at least right now, he has decided to pay for my other sister that gave birth. Right now, she's doing photography, and the money came from the dad. They say it's hard for a man to say sorry, but you can see from his actions. He has not yet said sorry, but at least his actions are showing something. At least right now we can see that he's changing. Then my other sister ran away from home also. It wasn't easy, but she managed to come back home, and right now she's having, she does chips. She has a chips business. And all this came because of the project. And I hope we continue with such projects so that we change the community to be better. Because if we are to look at how we were 10 years ago, is not how we are now. And if we keep on implementing this, you will find that in 10 years from now, we shall be far away from where we started from. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope we keep on doing this for the better of the community and the country at large.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jackson. I think maybe in the next financial year we should start a campaign, Men for Women. Because men, senior perpetrators of some of these things. But if you have that transformation of the mind and the understanding that, you know, all of us have the opportunity to do the same things, I think you treat some of these cases differently, right? Thank you so much, Ogwal. I'd like to now hear from Richard. Richard, what's your story?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Jumade. I come from Terego district in a refugee settlement called Mvepi. I am a refugee from Congo. I thank everyone, especially Oxfam and Shehad, for giving me the opportunity to talk in this big gathering. It is not easy for us refugees at least to talk like this. Even I feel like I'm too small to hold the mic in front of you here. But nevertheless, let me share my own experience. I would like to call everyone, at least you have seen the lives of refugees, the suffering we are going through, the pain and the hardship we are passing through. May we have just a moment of silence to pray for all the refugees in the world because of the pain and the suffering they are going through. We pray all this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
And Richard, before you proceed, I'd like to recognize, Richard speaks about being a refugee, and there's at the office of the Prime Minister, the refugee desk officer of Palabek Refugee Settlement, who is here with us. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much for coming. Richard, proceed.
I would like, generally my story is a sad one. I think it is the worst but God should give me the grace to speak about it, or maybe let me just speak about the lives of refugees. Right now, as refugees, we are suffering really. We don't have food to eat. We don't have land. We don't have almost everything. We thank the government of Uganda under OPM for hosting us, the refugees in Uganda. You people, you have been really good to us, and also we thank the partners for supporting the refugees, for standing with us in this hard time. Indeed, right now, there are a lot of things that are happening. For us, as refugees, generally, I didn't introduce where I'm working. I'm working as a peer educator with the Chehad, with the support from Oxfam Uganda. These are the people who have brought us at least to light. We can talk with a lot of hope on the issue of sexual reproduction and health rights, because this is what we are doing it in the community, and this is what is needed right now. Why do we say it is needed? One, we are producing, and yet the land that has been given to us is like 15 by 30. Just even this room is big. This is a room where, this is a place where you're supposed to build your house. You put the watch facilities, even you put your kitchen. Your garden is also here, and most of your life depend on this small piece of land. And also, there are other things. So right now, we are talking about the sexual reproductive health and right. There are so many things that are coming with the issue of the food cut. There is a high rate of teenage pregnancies among the refugees, simply because of the support. There is also high rate of school dropout, because now we cannot afford, because even the schools, right now we are paying for them. So there is high rate of school dropouts. Then there is also high rate of GBV within the families, which is now even increasing right now with the issue of categorization. When you talk about categorization, people have been put in categories. We have a level 1, they're receiving food at least 60%. We have level 2 receiving 22%. And level 3, they are not receiving any food, but they are expected also to live and also work. So those are the people that are even suffering too much, because first of all, there is no land. But now you expect this person also to live. So that is it. Then for us as peer educators, we are trying to reach out to the youth and also our peers. That is where the name comes. Like the people in my age, I reach to them, I talk about the sexual reproductive health. But the challenge we are facing right now, one, the lack of information. There is also lack of access, because however much we talk about them, we don't have the family planning services nearer to us. Things like the condoms, things like the information guide, so those things are not near with us. Then we call all of us for action. One, some of the things we are supposed to do are the following. As a team, because we are supposed to work as a team. One, we stand with the refugees through prayers and even support. You have to pray for us, and also you support us. There is also need to improve on action or on information sharing. This information should reach, like for us, we are only 14, but in zone 3 and zone 4, there are 10 villages, and not all the villages are represented. Then also we need also the information on, although we were trained, we still need more support, the manuals and other things to be provided. Then also we need to improve on the access. People can provide for us access to the family planning. For example, the health partners. If you can take like the mobile mobile, I don't know, these mobile outreaches. I don't know whether it is the right word. You reach to us. Yes, community outreach. Then also you support us. Maybe as I conclude, you people who are here, at least you leave a footmark in someone. Why do I say you leave a footmark? I don't want you to enter in someone and walk, then you leave a footmark there. But what you do for a person, this person remembers until the person dies. Allow me also, someone who has really changed my life generally is also among us here. When we were somewhere, this person came to us through my wife. She supported us by even taking us through business incubation. Right now, I'm also a tailor like her. But for me, I have not come with my materials. But this thing we named it in the name of Phoebe. So this woman really, she's our hero. Please, can you stand up and you greet us, because you really left a footmark in us.
Phoebe Tailoring Services.
This is the lady who really changed our story. She's the one behind everything, almost everything. I really give it back to her. Thank you very much, because you are in our heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause to Phoebe from OPM. Where are the rest of the OPM people here? Please stand up. Please stand up. They go to all... Obugalo. They go to all these places and make sure that refugees are taken care of. Uganda is ranked as one of the biggest hosts of refugees in the entire world, and these guys do they are the foot soldiers. Bugalo, once again. Thank you so much. Let's now listen to Nachigana Davita.
The name is Detiva.
Dativa.
Detiva.
Betiva. My apologies. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. By the names, I'm Nashiganda Detiva, the girl from Steda Sub-County, Mayuge District, near the islands, deep there in Mayuge District. I would like to thank the Oxfam and SEHAD team that has brought me here and given me the opportunity to at least share what I've gone through and what I'm right now. Let me just go straight, because my story is a bit different from the others, because I'm a victim. That is what I can say. Before SEHAD came to Shitiera, I had just completed my Form 6. And that was actually maybe the time COVID ended that time. So they found me when I was actually a rampant in my village. That is what I can say. And that is the word I can use. I was the girl of everywhere in my village. And for that issue, we all know wherever a girl is a teenage and is everywhere in the community, we expect pregnancy, isn't it? And so, SEHAD and the Oxfam came to the sub-county. They advertised the posts of peer educators. And my CDO had already seen me in my village and wanted me to become one of them. So he informed me and told me to go and at least write the CV and apply. I was like, I can't. He told me, you can't, Detiva, go. I applied not willingly, but because I was forced. So when I applied, I went through, I did the interview and everything was right. But by this time, I was already pregnant. Yeah, I was already pregnant. Now, we went for our first training where we had Madame Connie. They talked to us, they mentored us, they counseled us, and as I have told you, I was already a victim. I was already pregnant. So I was like, oh, what can I do right now? I talked to her directly. Madam, I'm like this and this. She talked to me directly too, responding to what I had confirmed. I was consulting from her. She emphasized me to give birth. Yeah. So I went back home, I gave birth, and I was like, will I really remain in the village? Because remember, I was mentored, taught about sexual reproductive health. I was encouraged and empowered. So I decided to share with my father. I told him, Dad, I feel like I want to go back to school. My dad was like, oh, I don't have money right now. Because we come from the islands where right now, fishing, our parents used to use illegal fishing methods, and now it is not allowed. So my father was like, I don't have anywhere to get money from, and your other siblings need to go to school. So where you are, you're not bad off. You can at least remain there. I also pay for the others. I was like, no, Dad, I want to go back to school. He was like, I can't restrict you, but I can't pay for you because I don't have. I was like, what will I do? Now the first facilitation I got from SEHAD, I didn't use it. I was like, let me keep this money and at least use this one for the start. So I went to my friends who had already joined the university. These friends of mine were from rich homes, so they had money. They emphasized me to join universities in Kampala, but I couldn't afford. Mostly the accommodation was like, no. Remember, I'm pregnant, and I'm looking for education with my pregnancy, just because I was empowered. So I was like, no, I'll go. And I think my dad also didn't see the opportunity of me joining back to school because I was already pregnant. And I also had it in mind, thinking that maybe my dad is also not emphasizing me to go to school because of pregnancy. I was like, no, I'll go back. Now, my first facilitation was 100,000 shillings. That is Ugandan money. As I was looking for the university to join, I got Kampala University, Jinja branch. And they were like, the tuition is 1.7 something. Now I couldn't afford. Remember, I'm jobless. I didn't have any job. I got my 100,000 and I went and registered for school. That 100,000. Because I knew that I would get the other money in all means. So as I went, I paid my admission fee and went back home. Now the issue was about tuition fee. The other training we had, I got the other money. It was 50,000 shillings. I bought diesel. I started selling diesel in my village. And I was getting something. So I was using that money to pay for transport because I was studying during weekends. I used that money to pay for my transport to and fro the university every Saturday and Sunday. And it worked. Now, the issue came with paying tuition. Lucky was I that there is also another organization that came in our community, and the CDO emphasized me too. So I joined that other organization, which helped me with some of the money, because it was paying monthly. So I started paying my tuition from nowhere. As I was going in for my internship, that is when my pregnancy was actually almost about to deliver. And please allow me to introduce to you my probation officer, Madam Milembe. Madam Mile, please stand up. It is not a mistake to introduce to you that lady. I joined my internship when I was about to deliver, and she knew. I told her everything, and she was like, no, you can do everything, so you're pregnant. Pregnancy does not stop you from doing something important in your life. Education matters. So you need to remain in school and you need to attend your internship. And for that, I thank her. So when I was doing my internship, I also emphasized myself on saving. So I started saving because I had to deliver very well. Now, by this I mean, I want to go deep in everything, but I would like to tell my first speaker, that was Namatovu, that please, pregnancy or teenage pregnancy does not stop anyone from going to school. Let us tell everyone in our community, pregnancy isn't a disability. Yeah. I'm now in school in my last first semester, doing my bachelor's degree in social work and social administration. And my baby is also doing well. And for my issue, when my dad saw me that I had joined university, he also emphasized my other siblings to study too. And they were also like willing to be like me, and they are willing to be like me. Because my other siblings, the two who followed me, just completed Form 6 last year. But it was a tug of war. And they are also right now out of school, but doing their own jobs, willing to join university anytime. They didn't go for marriage, though marriage does not stop anyone from joining school. Let us tell everyone, marriage or teenage pregnancy does not stop anyone from joining school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nachiganda, BA Social Works and Social Administration. So when she's done, she will also go back to the community and get more girls. That is the goal. That is the goal. She's already doing it. Nachiganda is not a joke. Give her the mic.
I had forgotten this. By the way, I'm the female youth counselor of my sub-county right now.
I told you. I told you.
And for me to be voted for, I was not opposed by anyone.
Hey.
Yeah.
Unopposed.
Yes.
Landslide victory.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can you clap for Nachiganda? And a hug from your probation. Wow. Yeah? I dare anyone to stand against Nachiganda. You are standing at your own risk. The public will just say, now see this one. Hey, so that means in this, even in this next election, you are still unopposed. Tova Kumeini. Tova Kumeini. Very good. Very good. Wow. These are remarkable stories. Jessica.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm Wiela Jessica from Northern Uganda, Kitgum District. I'm the executive director of a grassroots women organization called Women Voice for Development. This is an organization that started way back in 2017. In fact, it came as a result of a lot of injustices that was being done against women. They were murdered, issues of defilement, rape cases, and all this. And few women came out and they started at least having this organization so that they can be a voice for women in a society. Even before ADRA got us, in fact, the organization was registered with the municipal as a community-based organization, but we didn't have any funding. But we were doing the work, supporting women in court, in police. In fact, we are trying to follow up cases of injustices that are being done. So as a result of that, we found that we needed some money, at least to support victims of or survivors. So we decided now to be raising seedlings in a group of women. So we are raising seedlings, and then when we sell these seedlings, we support with the victims of GBV or sexual violence. So as we have been doing that, in fact, we are almost everywhere. Any meeting, whether we are invited or not, we are there. So in police, we are there. In court, we are there. So one time, in fact, Adra also got us, and then he said, where are you people located? Then we said, we have the organization, these are the papers, but we are under the tree. We don't have anywhere to sit, but we are here available every day and every now. So they decided to pick us to develop our institution or organization development. They gave us a lot of capacity building in form of trainings. Most especially, they started with the organizing our policies, the strategic plan, how we can make work plans, and all that. In fact, they did it with us. And then also, they trained us in also M&E. So when they did that, in fact, about 3 months, in fact, we said, no, we cannot now sit like this. Let's write proposal. Because we always see proposals in papers from international organizations. Then we said, this one, they need audit report. They need what? And for us, we don't even have audit. We have not yet even done it. So one day, we said, no, let's try this one. We saw a paper with the call of proposal from CARE. So I said, no, let's try. Let's try our luck with the knowledge and also with our systems that is already set. So when we tried the proposal, they said they needed the audit report. We didn't have the audit report, but we had good records of what we had contributed. And then we invited someone to come and do for us the audit. So when the person came, the person asked for all the records of the money and how it has been spent, and he wrote for us an audit report with just our contributions that we had made. So we also attached that and sent to CARE. We were really, really, really very surprised to see that we were selected among the many under the Women and Leadership Project. And right now, we have got funding for 3 years with the CARE under Women Voice and Leadership. So this has really helped us so much. And right now, as I speak, we have already completed 1 year. We are now in the 2nd year. But now we even have the courage to write more proposals even to other bigger donors, even when they think we don't have capacity. But I tell you right now, what we are doing is even more than what other international organizations are doing. At the moment, in fact, I have the probation officer here and the DO of Kitgum. They are here. They can bear us witness. Right now, as a CBO, we are supposed to work only in one sub-county. But because of the nature of our work that we are doing, in fact, like response to GBV, you find that we are almost working in the whole district. And now, at the moment, what we lack is the funding now to implement, because CARE has given us, is still providing us what? Capacity building. the organization capacity building. And at the moment, our accountabilities, in fact, everything is now okay. And right now, this month, we are finishing registration with the NGO board. And eventually, we are going to become national NGO. So those are things that has happened. And I want to thank most especially ADRA. In fact, they really had an eagle eye for seeing what cannot be seen. Because many organizations or international organizations, they always want to see people who are maybe well-dressed or are good. They don't look at what you do. Sometimes when you go down, you find that there are other people that can have good impact on the ground than even the bigger what? The bigger NGOs. So I want to thank them so much, and also want to thank CARE so much, because we didn't know even anyone from CARE. Always these NGOs these days, the money is linked to maybe the person you know in that organization. But for us grassroots women down there, nobody knows what is happening. And then there's also one thing. ADRA has been involving us in several advocacies at the sub-county level, the district level, and also the national level, most especially on issues of women and early teenage pregnancies that we have been doing in the several districts. This is not the first of its kind. There are times even when they have taken us for other exposure visit. And we want to thank them so much for really what they have done. It is really very, very difficult for women and girls to access. Maybe one is information, two, justice. As these ones have been saying, very, very difficult. So I'm saying that as the leaders, I'm saying if we are working, let's have an eye that can scan through and try to see beyond what you have had or what you have seen. Otherwise, thank you so much. I'm so, so grateful.
Thank you very much. Jessica, can we give her another round of applause, please? I'd like all of you, please just come, stand up, come to the stage, and just have this very important moment in photo. Jessica, I think you should. Okay, nice. Yeah, just have a picture. Can we clap for these amazing people who have really gone through it, and now they are also helping change their communities. We appreciate you, Martha, Jackson, Nachiganda, Richard, Jessica, and Nachiganda continue doing exactly those things, even in your position as a counselor. Thank you very much. We'll now take a quick health break, 20 minutes, hope, 20 minutes. Please, we've prepared something very nice at the back. Just make your way, grab a cup of coffee, get to know one another, and at exactly 11:30, we resume the next session. Thank you very much.
Let's organize ourselves together. We're demonstrating, we clap 3 times. Okay? Of course, the nice one at the end, we're going to give them some, it's a professional one. It's a professional one, not a loving one, okay? At the end, we are going to give them a kiss, okay? Which is like, we give it to them. All of us know how to give a kiss. A flying one, as you used to say, a senior adolescent can do, a flying kiss at the end to all of them, okay? We go together, 1, 2, 3, we go. Last one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. And Daniel put a disclaimer there. In terms of safeguarding, we want to ensure that everyone feels safe. And yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the time is now. The reason why we are here today is to listen to our mid-term findings from all the 4 consortiums that are present here today. Are we doing well? Are we meeting our targets? What are we learning? What do we need to change? So we shall make all the 4 presentations and take on comments and questions after that. We'll start with together. So I'm not sure. Okay. The IT person is here.
Our dear country directors present, our beloved representatives from the various ministries, and our dear RDO, who represents the OPM, our partners, our dear donors, our dear beneficiaries who came with us, the colleagues that we have from local government. Allow me to say good morning. Many of you might not be knowing my names. I go by Israel Waibi. I work with ADRA Uganda as a meal officer. We are very much humbled to have you here as we share the gains. We've not yet started sharing the spoils because we are not yet gone. From the perspective of Together project, together is just a word, okay? But it carries meaning. And it stands for uniting towards gender equality for the enjoyment of women's and girls' total health and rights. That's together in full. So it's just a word, but it carries all those meanings. Just as we know, we are also funded by Global Affairs Canada, and we are supported by ADRA Canada. We are implementing a 6 years project here in Uganda, and it's been running from 2021 late. It will move until August 2027. It is 6 years because 2021 was like 2 months, and then 2027 is also going to be very short. We are here to increase the enjoyment of health-related rights for the most vulnerable groups, in mostly for the adolescent girls, boys. We don't forget the women and men, and we are implementing not only in Uganda, but in Cambodia, Kenya, and the Philippines. We also focus on resettlement settings where we have the refugee settlements because we look at them as vulnerable settings as well. In Uganda here, Together project is being implemented in 9 sub-counties in 4 districts. That is Kitgum, Lamo, Pade, and Agago. All these districts are found in Eastern Acholi. We implement with partners, that is our dear friends from Straight Talk Foundation. I saw my brother there. And then we also implement with Mild May. I don't know whether they're represented. Yeah. So we implement this project together because we believe they always have insights to add onto us. We deal mostly with health issues, and how we address them is by dismantling multi-dimensional barriers to access through multi-sectoral and multi-level actions. We do capacity building, which enhances self-confidence through life skilling. We want to change attitudes and awareness of boys, men, caregivers, and educators, and those are part of the indicators that we have. We call it the 1100 series. We do advocacy, and in advocacy we intend to change attitudes and capacity of duty bearers and responsibility holders in health, nutrition, and WASH. We also address structural barriers through community-led, evidence-based actions, fostering social participation and empowerment, where we address community-specific gender equality agendas, which comes with aspects of sexual gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, as identified. Okay, so we are supposed to work with a total reach of 36,000 beneficiaries directly and indirectly. Indirectly, I mean other people who are like contributories to the project. And this table here, this chart shows us what we've actually achieved as of March 2025. That was the end of our year 4 of implementation. We are in year 5 right now. We conducted our midterm evaluation in year 4. So we have a target of 28,800 beneficiaries, total beneficiaries. We call them participants in most cases. And we have managed to achieve a total of 33,157 participants. I want to note that it's not that we don't consider men, because you can see it is 20,000 10 females, and then 13,147 males. We do a 60-40. Okay, in our key findings, I've talked about the project reach. We want to address teenage pregnancies, and when we were starting the project, that was at baseline. Teenage pregnancies in the project area were at 33%. As of present, it is at 16%. Early marriages at baseline for teenagers below 15 years, we realized it was at 0%, and we intended to maintain the 0%. And if you can look here clearly, it still keeps us at 0% because we don't have negatives. Then before the age of 18 years, that is between 15 and 18, we had a total of 46%, but as of present, we have 20% against a target of 15%, so we are left with 5% to achieve the target. One other important aspect is access to health services, to health right-related services. I'll make that clear. At baseline, it was at 17%. As of now, we are at 39%. So there is a great improvement. I have so many tables and graphs, but they explain what I've just shared. And you'll just allow me go to the key findings. The project has empowered communities. It has strengthened local capacity. I think we had a testimony from a grassroots women organization. We've been with them toe to toe. We want to see them implement advocacy campaigns. We've managed to build self-confidence and contributed to improved access to sexual and reproductive health services through our coordination with the local stakeholders, our dear DHOs at the district level. We thank you very much. You've been very hopeful. We have increased awareness and access to sexual reproductive health rights services, SGBV, and other services. We work with female and male champion groups, VSLA groups, in income-generating activities, which has boosted household incomes, particularly for women, fostering economic empowerment and contributing to gender equality and access to health services. Not forgetting, we always have a few challenges that we noticed in the midterm evaluation, that we still have aspects of deep-rooted cultural norms and practices, but we've engaged the cultural leaders. We've brought on board religious and clan leaders, especially when it comes to our approach called community-led monitoring, accountability, evaluation, and learning. This helps members of the community identify their most pressing needs in the community and suggest on how they want them to be addressed. The project helps them build their capacity and supports them with some incomes for startup projects that they implement to change lives in their own communities. One of the key lessons that we've learned lately during the evaluation is that if we ensure long-term sustainability and expand the project reach, in most cases it further helps the communities, because we've had them requesting for further support, even in the different sub-counties that we are not working in. Fostering local ownership is very key to maximizing impact. And here comes one of the coal mill approaches and a success at some point in a place called Kulakogbu. It is in Dilang, one of the sub-counties in Agago district. The coal mill members had an issue of little ones not going to school, which was contributing to early marriages and consistent unintended pregnancies in the community. But because of the coal mill approach, they realized this was a pressing need, and there they decided to come up with a simple structure to support their little ones, especially from the early stages. And the success here is that at this point, school retention and enrollment has improved and increased greatly. I want to thank you very much for listening this morning.
Thank you very much. We agreed that we'll have reactions at the end, right? All right. Fantastic. Okay. Now let's. So this is together. Yeah. We'll now listen to She Sows. Please come.
Good morning to you all. Yeah, I'm quoted in Nakbura. I work with CARE, and I'm a meal advisor supporting the She Sowers program. I will be presenting to you our findings, our results as at midterm, and just to provide an overview, She Sowers program is a multi-country program taking place in 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Zambia. As you can see, our budget, it is a 47 million Canadian dollars. The timeline, it started in July 2021, and it will be ending in January 2029. So we have partners internationally, but also locally here. So we work with Youth Coalition, Sexual Reproductive Health Rights. We work with Restless Development. We work with Center for Reproductive Rights and Care Malawi on the global level. And overall, our overall direct reach as a program, we are to reach over 700,000 people. And for Uganda, we are to reach over 200,000 people. At a national level, we work with all these partners to implement this program. Care International taking lead. We have Naguru Teenage Center. We have Restless Development. We have Reach Out Mbuya Community Health Initiative in Kampala. And we have Fund Trust Agency supporting in Terego District. Naguru is supporting in Arua and Madiokolo districts. We also work with advocacy partners. Now, these are taking up a big component on advocacy globally, but also nationally and local level. So we have Center for Reproductive Rights, Youth Chaperone. We have the Youth Advisory Board, NCDs and Wurodet supporting us on that component. In terms of the geographical locations, as I mentioned, we are in 4 districts where we are implementing this program. And as you can see, we are in Madiokolo, Arua, and Terego, that is in the West Nile region. In Kampala, sorry, in the Central region, we are in Kampala. The boxes you see at the side, those are the health facilities we are supporting in all the 4 locations. And you can see Madiokolo has a bigger scope, followed by Terego, Arua, and Kampala. And those are the locations to which we are going to base our findings and results we are going to present to you. As a work background, we did a baseline in January to March 2022, and that is before we started the implementation. But then after that, we got a basis where we benchmarked our interventions and we rolled out the programs, and our layering was done through the girls and the boys groups, who are our impact target groups, the adolescent boys and the adolescent girls. At midterm, that is July, September 2024 last year, we did a midterm evaluation. And we have, as a methodology, we have applied different approaches or methods that have given us a grounding to present and share the results we have. As you can see, we have had qualitative methods. We have had the quantitative methods as well, which I will not go all to unpack, but all those are what we used to get our results. Now, for those of us who are interacting with this program for the first time, the main goal of SHISOAS is to improve the access to sexual and reproductive health services for the adolescents, particularly those that are out of school, the adolescent girls in the 3 countries, to support the realization of their rights. And how do we do this or ensure that we realize that objective? Our theory of change has 3 major pillars. And the first one being creating an enabling environment for the adolescent sexual reproductive health rights. And here we want to increase the use of the sexual reproductive health services, such as the information on sexually transmitted infections, contraception use, and of course the menstrual hygiene management. And that is basically to the adolescents, the girls and the boys. But also in there, we see that we work around the supportive systems around the adolescent girl, where we do activities around the social norms that are deterring girls and adolescents from enjoying their rights, even as they have the information and the skills. Now, the second pillar is around health system strengthening, where we are improving the delivery of sexual and reproductive health services that respond to the needs that are desired by the adolescents, especially the girls. So here, I will speak to the interventions, but we work around this health system, starting with the care providers, the environment, and the quality of care that the adolescent girls are having as they go to receive these services. Now, the third pillar is around advocacy for adolescent sexual reproductive health and policy rights. And here, we provide training to the women-led organizations, the youth-led organizations, to be able to identify the issues that are hindering enjoyment of these rights, but also front these to the different legal frameworks, but also policymakers. As I speak now, our advocacy partners are in Parliament. They are presenting a policy on school re-entry for adolescent mothers who have given birth and want to join back to school. So they are there for that session. They are presenting a policy paper, which, when all goes well, we have a policy in place, but also guidelines revised to have a favoring environment for an adolescent, for the adolescents. Looking at the pillars, we have a number of interventions, as I mentioned, and I will not really repeat this, but maybe to emphasize that we have girls and boys groups where we deliver different models, but also emphasizing the skills around adolescent sexual reproductive health, and also the engaging men and boys approach through the boys groups. We also have a community scorecard we are doing in the community, in the community, but also we focus on the 29 health facilities that we are supporting in those districts. So all the facilities, we have community scorecards where we identify issues that are affecting SRH service delivery and have action plans that are implemented by both the service providers, but also the community. We also have what we call intergenerational dialogues. Now, these intergenerational dialogues bring together the caretakers, the parents, and the adolescents. And as Jackson was presenting in the morning, you heard him talking about the father. That is one of the approach that they as the household have participated in, but you can hear some of the challenges that are around the dialogues, especially in male involvement. We have also what we call gender power dialogues through the social analysis and action, and this is a community driven as well to drive the social norms transformation that hinder adolescent sexual reproductive health services uptake, but also access by the adolescent girls. We also look at the livelihood. There is a statement we usually use that we don't eat rights. Much as you give us you promote our rights, but we don't eat them. So now we have that component of youth savings and loan association groups where we pass on the livelihood and economic skills to the girls to be able to build their capacity, but also earn incomes to be able to partake and uptake services without necessarily going through their parents, but they have enough incomes to support them to access these services. And as I move into the results, those are basically the interventions that are giving us the results that we see now at midterm. And I'll present them following the three pillars that I've presented to you. So the first pillar around enabling environment for adolescent sexual reproductive health, what do we see? Now here, as I mentioned, the activities we do here are basically to engage adolescent girls and boys in gender responsive groups where we pass on the ASRH skills and information. And as at midterm, we have reached over 8,000 girls and here achieving a target of 60%, and in 367 groups, also giving us a 82% reach. So here you will see what midterm results are, but also the gap we are left to as we close the project to achieve. For boys, we have reached over 5,000 boys in those boys groups in the 256 groups. And that is basically our layering, where the platforms where we now, based on to give the information, but also build their capacities. And what do we see in terms of outcomes? The evaluation we did, and of course other approaches we are doing to closely monitor, we have seen that there is increased use of modern contraception services. And here we are looking at the adolescents aged 15 to 19 using these services, which gives us a mileage from 15% at baseline to 35% at midterm. And you see our target was 25%. But we have achieved that, but we are still continuing because it is still a challenge. We also see there is increased satisfaction with family planning services. So those that have used have actually given us their level of satisfaction, and we are seeing this improving from 31% to 64%, and we had a target of 60%. In terms of decision making, we are seeing there is improved adolescent autonomy in sexual reproductive health rights decision making from 28% at baseline to 55.8%. And also we see that that target has been surpassed. However, this is still a challenge. We continue to shift these norms around girls being able and boys to make their own decisions around which services to use. And we are saying that there is a norm shift, especially around the girls, because the boys, yes, they make some decisions, but it was a challenge for the girls. And we are seeing at least there is a 68% girls making decisions around their own body autonomy and marriage, timing, and the boyfriends, they choose to make friendship with or relations. We see also in terms of fertility decisions, 65% of the girls now can make those decisions. In terms of contraceptive use, we are seeing at least 55% are making those decisions on which methods to use and, of course, when to use them. But, of course, there are still constraints that we are continuing to address, like the myths around contraception use. We also have an outcome around increased access and uptake of the SRH services. And here we use the Ministry of Health HMIS system to get this information. So at baseline, we had only over 1,000 people who had received services from the 29 facilities, which we could pick from the HMIS. But as we continuously interacted or worked with the facilities, we now are counting 71,000 people, adolescents, receiving these services. So, you can see the different domains of HIV testing, postnatal care, and SBA, but also these are basically, we are achieving our targets, but because we maybe, as you're targeting, you don't assume that you will actually reach. So we didn't want to over target, but we see that the indicators are really doing well, but we are continuing to work with the facilities to increase the service uptake, but also documentation. We also see knowledge and life skills to access SRH services improving from 76% for girls to 87.5%, and from 72% to 87% for boys. We have also engaged the boys and the girls in YSLA groups, and you can see the numbers. But in terms of outcomes, what are we seeing? we are seeing that there is an increased participation of girls in VSLA, which are the social gatherings and social capital for them to make sure that they learn from others, but they also do saving and loans that they can be able to cope with their own needs. So we see this increasing from 7% to 40%. But also we are seeing an increase in the girls that are currently attending school from 6% at baseline to 22%. We see an increase in those attending vocational skills and from 16% to 53%. We see also there is a strengthened economic empowerment. The boys are being trained, like we have trained so far 115, but we are continuing to train more in the different trades. And we see there is increased involvement in income generating activities. And as I think you can see the numbers, 50% now own their own income generating activities compared to baseline, where it was 38%. And of course, there are those trades that they are doing. There is increased diversified incomes. We see at least the number of adolescents who had at least some incomes reduced from 61 to 21% at midterm, and for the boys reduced from 53 to 15 at midterm. And there's also 49 that are at least saving. They have some cash for saving. Yeah, in terms of changes in attitudes, I've already spoken to that, but maybe just to mention that at least we are seeing the men being able to as well support, and the boys being able to support in the household chores, and this allows the girls more time to engage into economic activities, IGAs, but also get time to go and access services, which was never the case for some of the adolescent girls. There's increased participation in decision making, as you see, improved communication between adolescents and the parents, and you can see the numbers. It is still a challenge, but at least there is some shift, some small shift. For example, for the girls, let me mention now for the men. We are seeing for the men, it is from 32 to 65 among the men. At least they are trying to communicate to the adolescents, which was not an easy thing, as you can see. There is also improved community health outreaches, and here we see peer educators, VHTs, at least trying to visit the communities and giving information in the different SRH trends. And these are just photos to show you how the girls are benefiting. You see the boy holding menstrual hygiene materials that they have made. We see the adolescents having certificates after sitting DIT exams, and we see some girls also in the VSLA group. In terms of health systems, and I'll be very quick here because the time is running, we are seeing that we've trained healthcare providers, and we are seeing their attitude changing, but also we see there are still some gaps which we are trying to address. For example, healthcare providers trying to encourage the clients, the adolescents to uptake, but also giving them the right information, because that is as well a challenge. We have also trained the district health management teams to be able to conduct support supervision visits to ensure that whatever the guidelines, the ministry guidelines are being applied, but also the training we give is being instituted. And as well, we see the quality of care. There is some room for improvement. Overall rating is 47% in the 29 facilities. There are still challenges of long time for waiting time for adolescents to access services, but also there are concerns around the privacy as they receive services. In terms of health environment, we are seeing overall it is rated at 62%, which we are still trying to as well improve, but there are particular strength around disability programming, which is at 82%. And also we have, in terms of some gaps around the privacy in the waiting area, I've already mentioned that. And I think those are some of the areas. And also feedback, we see it is still at 55% usage of the feedback in the facilities, and making sure that the clients are giving feedback. Availability of commodities, overall it is at 73%, but for contraception use, we see from 28%, we are at 94% at midterm, which has really improved. And I think for me, there is also the youth involvement in the facilities, where they hold the facilities accountable, but also engaging in the management. Like we see some youths are now being onboarded into the management committees, which has been achieved out of the community scorecard approaches. And lastly, for advocacy, we see infrastructure development. Examples are there where we are seeing maternity units being renovated. We are seeing dedicated spaces for adolescent-friendly service provision. We are seeing youth days specifically for youth to come and receive services, which was never the case in those facilities. But also there are some expansion for the adolescent health services, like this has been integrated in the outreaches, and we see facilities dedicating money just for youth and outreaches for youth service provision. Medical waste management is one of the areas that has improved. We see a facility, an incinerator being constructed, as you'll see in the photos, and of course we are seeing the on-site support as well is being taken up and rolled out, because they are always, you train for health workers, but they are always transferred. And that is something that now we are trying to see that those that are around can pass on the skills. And those are just photos where we are seeing the incinerator that has been constructed in one of the facilities as a result of the scorecard. We see engagement of our city division mayors, but also other stakeholders at the country office. And also we are seeing the support supervision visits as well taking shape in these facilities. This is how we look. We are at 77% of program reach as a program in the country office. And I want to thank you so much for listening to me. Over.
Thank you very much. There's an interesting slide. I think everyone should be looking at it. Very interesting numbers and very good progress on the project reach. Again, like we said, you're going to have an opportunity to react, respond. Remember, at the end of today, we want to see collective ownership and responsibility. So you'll get some time to give some feedback. Would like to see some actions happening at the end of today. All right. Okay, we'll get the hotel to work the S's. All right. Please allow me to recognize the presence of Dr. Irene Mwenyago, who is Assistant Commissioner, Adolescent and School Health at the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for joining. And all the other officials from the Ministry of Health, thank you so much for coming. I'll now invite Share to come and share. Share. Come and share. Yes, what you've been up to.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anna Mohawe. I work for Right to Play as a senior health officer, and I'm here to represent the SHARE consortium that is comprised of Right to Play as the lead, FAWE, Uganda, FHI 360, Water Aid, all of us with funding from Global Affairs Canada. And all these partners bring a special niche to the consortium to make sure that we are tackling adolescent health in an holistic manner in totality. So we have education, we have health, community services, as well as water, really to look at an adolescent holistically. We will be looking today on the purpose, briefly about SHARE. We'll share our midline evaluation and different lessons, and then reflection and discussion. So SHARE is a 5-year Global Affairs Canada funded consortium project, 2021, and we end next year, March. It works in Boyende and Adjumani district, really for different reasons, but specifically, Adjumani district hosts over 50% of their population is refugee population. And just like we had this morning from a refugee himself, they have special characteristics and challenges that need special attention, and that is the reason why we are in Adjumani district. In Busoga sub-region, specifically Boyende district, which is also a district with special needs in terms of adolescent health, with very high levels of teenage pregnancy, among other challenges. And that's the reason why we are in both districts for special and specific attention to the adolescents. So SHARE aims to improve adolescent and young people's access to gender-responsive SRH education services, strengthen the health systems, and support girls and young women in leadership and advocacy. And just like someone already remarked, as much as the focus is on girls and young women, we are not leaving anyone behind. So we target boys and men as allies in advancing SRHR. Our target is over 9,500 adolescents and young people aged 10 to 24 years, both in and out of school. And as we must already know, this country's population pyramid is in a way that over 70% are young people, and that means that the young people need special focus, and that is the reason for SHARE and other projects. We implement through different strategies. One is research for program improvement, so that whatever we are doing is evidence-based. It's not just rumors, but facts, and that is one of the modes that we use to implement. We use adolescent at community level, which is mentorship, and we use the FHI 360 model, which has been evidenced and documented to be effective in improving the wellness of adolescents and young people, both boys and girls at community level. We do health system strengthening, working with the Ministry of Health and the district to improve the health systems, to make them ready and adolescent responsive. And this, we do it really up to the grassroots, to the askari at the health center, because just an askari is capable of chasing away an adolescent person when they seek a service. So we make sure that from our ministry up to the health center, we are building capacity, we are doing on-site coaching and mentorship, we are really into the health system to improve it and make it better prepared to handle the adolescents when they visit the health center. We're doing advocacy, and this is led by our partner FAWE, to create demand and to empower the young people to be able to demand for these services themselves and also the entire community. Social behavior change communication is another way that we reach the community through theater, radio talk shows, sport messages, community dialogues, and these are youth-led because we want to make sure that the youth and the young people are at the center of the interventions that affect them. We are also doing in-school mentorship. This is a play-based methodology that makes adolescent health learning less boring because young people usually do not have all much time for boring lectures that take so long. But if they learn through playing, they learn better, and this has led into changes in their lives. We've closely worked with religious and cultural leaders because we know they are gatekeepers, and this is also one strategy that we use to reach the population. We work with youth groups as champions, and this is also through play. We have parenting groups. We know that there's a parenting crisis in the country and even really the world at large. And we know that the health begins at homes. So if we empower parents to do positive parenting, to be role models and be examples, and this we know that will go a long way to change. And this is done in partnership with the Ministry of Gender using the parenting guidelines that were updated. So this is the midline approach. We had, this was done in 2024 using independent evaluators. We had mixed methods, household surveys, focus group discussions, key informants, facility assessments, and many other ways. And this was done both in the districts where we implement and the districts of the similar contexts. For example, when we look at Buyende, then we compare with Luuka district and see if there are similarities or differences in the lives of those that we have targeted. We track changes since the baseline in knowledge, in attitude, in service use, and also in the gender norms. And today's focus, we will focus really on the most relevant for learning and for exchange, because the report is complex. We can't share everything. So we have noted that young people are seeking more services, and the service use has risen. About 1 in 3 women, 3 young people reported using SRH services as compared to 1 in 3 at baseline. From the different interventions that I've already talked about, young people have been able to demand and actually access these services. The confidence has grown, and nearly 4 in 10 youth feel that they are able to ask for their partner to use contraception compared to before the interventions. Because most times, especially the ladies, you find even in older people, not just adolescents, you find someone is not ready to have an unwanted pregnancy, but they're not doing anything about it. And then for now the adolescents to be able to ask their partners to use a contraceptive is really a plus to the project. But just to note that this is a contribution. We acknowledge that there are different other contributors in the districts where we serve. The girls' voices are emerging. More adolescents are participating in SRH advocacy, in social action. For example, in Buyende district, we've seen young people contest to be head prefects that weren't in the past, and take up really positions in society that these can be attributed to the different advocacy interventions that we have had. And why does this matter? Because side demand approaches, we want safe spaces mentoring are working. We want that as we're in the community creating demand, are the health centers ready to actually provide the services that these young people are demanding for? And then the girls' leadership in advocacy is beginning to take hold, just like I've already noted. We've had knowledge and attitudes which have shifted in a positive manner. We have had about 6 in 10 now the SRH right and information, and this was roughly half at baseline. Attitudes have improved, with more adolescents rejecting violence in relationships and a steady increase since baseline. In some society communities where we work, SGBV was normalized, and even the young people themselves would say, no, I think it's okay if they beat you once in a while, you know, it was quite normal. But to know that adolescents are rejecting this is really a good step in the right direction. We've had more young people, half of the adolescents believe they can seek SRH if they needed them. So even those that are not seeking, they know where the services are, they know about the services, they have accurate information, and anytime when they need them, they would be able to have. And this really matters because the knowledge is translating into confidence and agency, and then harmful norms are beginning to shift, though of course not universally. In some communities where we serve, like in Adjumani district, we have different culture norms. For example, we have convoy marriages where if a woman is getting married, several young girls are also escorting the bride, and they are prone to being sexually abused in the different community where they have escorted the bride. We have white flag among the refugee community where at Menak, when a girl sees their first period, they actually put a flag high to symbolize that there's a ready bride in the house. And this leads into early and forced marriages. But to know that some of these from the focus group discussions, people confess that these are shifting, though we know that challenge is there, is a positive trend. We have had families and communities where caregiver support is growing, especially among the parents. And just like I said, health begins in our homes, especially for adolescents. So parenting groups and caregivers, they have given support to SRH, and this is noted also in the midline reports, are like the parents who used to not want their children to go into mentorship groups, join the healthy clubs, coming up and supporting these interventions. Community acceptance is rising, especially because we tackle it from all fronts of life. The leaders are involved at every step. They're able to really support the interventions. The leaders are engaged, both community, traditional, and then, of course, the religious. And this has worked. For example, we have community leaders conferences where we invite all the leaders in the same room, bring the facts from all different disciplines and say, this is the situation, what do we do about it? And this, the leaders, some of them, of course, usually they do not know that these things are happening in their communities, and this brings the family support and the community support, and the gatekeepers are able to open and accelerate the change that we desire to see in the lives of adolescents. The health services, we've also seen service quality that has improved in different sites where we serve. We serve in 65 health centers, and these have become more friendly. The capacity of the health workers has improved. And then there are mixed experiences because some adolescents will report both positive and negative encounters. For example, you find that adolescents said they were unsatisfied with the service they got because of, say, waiting hours. Some of them have to move longer distances to access the services. And this matters because access alone is not enough. The access should be there, but also the quality of the service that I access should be of very good quality. And then we know that it's continued investment in provider skill to be able to really ably satisfy the needs and the needs of the young people when they visit our health centers. So the demand and supply social norms have to be tackled together. We have to build trust among the cultural and religious leaders to accelerate acceptance. Safe spaces and mentorship for girls will boost their confidence, so we'll continue to do this. And then monitor outputs, delivery, quality, to help interpret the outcome data. So we know that as much as there's been really huge progress, the challenges still exist, and we will all work together in the room and the ones out of the room to make sure that the adolescents' needs are being met and they're being tackled, and we have really young people that are healthy, and since we have a younger population, we'll be able to make sure that they are healthy in all aspects. Lastly, I want to appreciate the different people that we work with, really everybody in the room, but I want to acknowledge the positive support that we get from the district leadership when we come. Thank you very much, from health, from education, community, and everybody. I want to appreciate the ministries that we work with, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Share Project, for sharing your experiences. And finally, stand up. Are we okay? Do we need an energizer? You okay? You need to stand up? Okay, let's stand up for a minute. Let's just stretch for a second. Arms up. Turn to the side. Those who can touch your toes. Okay, I think that's enough. For those who are getting sleepy, I hope that wakes you up a little bit. Thank you.
Are we back? Okay. So I request to observe the protocol. My name is Brenda Nanteza. I work with Oxfam. And I'm going to present, this is not midterm evaluation, but progress. Why? Because Stand Up is still in the process of conducting the midterm evaluation. So most of the things I'm going to present, it's from our outcome mapping data, because you're not supposed to collect outcomes at the midterm, but rather you collect information throughout the project as outcomes come. So the Stand Up project is implemented in 3 countries. That is Mozambique, Canada, and Uganda. And in Uganda, we are working in Arua district and city, Terego, Madiokolo, Nebi, Mayuge, and Namaingo. We are funded by Global Affairs Canada. And we are working with adolescent girls, young women, men and boys from the age of 10 to 29. It's a 6.5-year project ending in 2028. And that's the budget. Most of the money is from GAC, so we thank you very much. And just a limited co-financing from Oxfam. So these are some of the drivers of change, or people that work in this consortium. In Uganda, we have international partners, IPPF and Guttmacher Institute. But in Uganda, we work with FEMFORT, particularly for those children in school. Reproductive Health Uganda for service provision. We work with Makerere University School of Public Health for the research component. SEHAD working in the community, and then Oxfam. So our main goal for the project is to increase enjoyment of SRHR among the adolescent girls and young women in the selected districts. And the first pillar is mainly to raise awareness. That is to increase equitable use of SRH services by diverse groups of adolescent girls and young women. Why am I focusing on the adolescent girls and young women? Because the project, 75% is targeting women and girls. So it doesn't mean that the men don't receive these. Then pillar 2 is service provision. So after we raise awareness, then we are supposed to give the services. Then the last one is to ensure that we have the evidence for advocacy, but also our partners are capacitated to advocate for evidence progressive SRHR policies and legal frameworks. So I'll start with pillar 1. So various capacity strengthening and building initiatives have been done. And through this, we've been able to reach 52,000 project participants, and 82 of these are adolescents and young people. And then we've also engaged the local government and cultural leaders to challenge social harmful norms. And this has led to the drafting of the district ordinances. How many of us know Disco Matanga? Oh, okay. So we are only 4 people who know Disco Matanga. So in Namaingo, when someone passes on at night, there is a night funeral fundraising dance, and they bring disco, and it booms the whole night. And in that, people are collecting money. But they do not have any regulation on who comes. So you find our young girls, boys, are all in this dance. So you see that most of the violations are there, girls are raped. So we requested that the district puts a regulation on this policy, on this practice in Namaingo. So we have so far conducted consultations, and we are also happy that the Minister of General Duties, Honorable Lumumba, has pronounced a ban. But of course, this one goes along with a document that prevents such things from happening again. So the other one is we are doing peer education sessions to empower these young girls to build their confidence, empower them to access SRHR services, but also to make informed health decisions. Most of us saw Detiva. Detiva could have been able to say, I'm pregnant, the end of the road is now here. But then she went ahead and said, this is not the end of what? The road. I have to strive further to ensure that I actually reach my goal. So in that, we have seen a number of increases in our young girls going for family planning methods. And in Lori, for particularly, we saw a 3-fold increase in the people who were asking for family planning in 2024. All the 22 schools that we have, they've at least allocated an hour in a week to ensure that we are able to give our people health awarenesses, including SRHR. So this is just a small thing that you do, but that people are able to get accurate information, because people are giving our children information. But is it accurate or not? So this gives us an opportunity for us to give these children. But also from the research that Makerere University did, we realized that some of the people are not comfortable going to the clinics without their mothers or people who are old to access family planning. Yeah, so under here, there are designated days in most of the health centers, mostly on the weekend, to ensure that our people are able to access these services. So under pillar 2, this one is headed by RHU. So a number of capacity building initiatives have been conducted on youth-friendly services, on providing youth-friendly services, on long-acting reversible contraceptives, on screening and managing cervical cancer, and also documenting information using the HMIS tools that we have. So it's one thing that we implement, it's the other to have accurate information that will guide the next round of implementation. So a number of things have been done under here. We have 30 mentors, and these help other health facility workers to work. We also have 439 health workers have been trained. We are also supporting the Ministry of Health to roll out the hormonal IUD. We are also, through these engagements with our health workers, we have improved adoption and documentation of clinical management protocols for SGBV. For people who have worked in health centers, you know that this is a challenge. We've also given SRHR services to 23,059 people, and key to note is that 88% of these are adolescent girls and young women. And also from the capacity initiatives that we have conducted, we are seeing that there is an increased level of client satisfaction from accessing these services. That is in form of confidentiality, friendliness, cleanliness, but also the length of a waiting period. So in these, we see that some more young people, 58% of these, are recommending the services to other people, which is a good thing. The other one is through our quarterly audits, we are seeing improved facility and district level data quality and visualization. We are also seeing that from our biannual quality of care assessments, we are seeing improved quality of services that we are giving these people. We are also having positive provider values and attitudes and facility equipment. Part of this project also helps to equip our health facilities, autoclaves, the gas, and different equipment. So under Pillar 3, here is mainly advocacy. And through this pillar, we have a particular fund for the organizations that we work with. Because at the end of it all, these are the people who are going to stay in Uganda and not Oxfam. So we have a particular fund, which is called CAT for SRHR, Capacity Assessment Tool for SRHR, to enable the institutions, if they have a gap and they need to rectify it, for them to better advocate for SRHR. So this particular money is not for the project beneficiaries, but to ensure that the organizations that we work with are better equipped to advocate for SRHR. So through that, we have seen SEHAD, our partner, working together with the district, and they have moved far in advocating for the Arua District Education Ordinance. And this ordinance is mainly to ensure that our children are enrolled in schools, they are retained, and they complete. How many of us would be not married by 30 if you were not in school? Yeah? It's few of us. So most of us, God helped us, and we were able to access education that kept us from some of the things that could have happened to us. So this ordinance is at the Office of the Attorney General for review and gazetting. Then the next one, I had already mentioned that we did a study to help us in our implementation. Who can read for me that narration from a Project Parties Fund? So this one is on understanding the barriers and facilitators to access and utilize SRHR services among vulnerable and marginalized adolescents and young people in Uganda. So help me read this note from someone.
Yeah, rape is not allowed. But there are situations, like for the women, if you are married and your husband needs you, and you refuse, the man will not force himself, but he will report you to your people, and you are supposed to pay God as a fine to your husband.
Okay. So how many of us would fall prey of this? If you refuse to give your husband sex, they are able to take you to a clan meeting, and in case you're guilty, you're supposed to pay a goat. Can you imagine how many goats from this room would be coming from us? Eh? But also the humiliation, the degrading comments that could come. So these are some of the things that came out from this research that Makerere University did. So since we have now a community of practice, we are going to share this report because it really helps us in ensuring that we are delivering straight onto the head of the problem that we are facing in the community. So there's generally low contraceptive use among the refugee adolescents. There's still high prevalence of GBV. There's still early sex and marriage. Then there is widespread misconception, misinformation and stigma around conception. I think it's not new to most of us who have done SRHR that people think that contraceptions lead to barrenness and infertility. But there's also peer pressure, parental disapproval, and systemic barriers. There's misuse of emergency contraception. This one is even in Kampala. Most of the girls are not able to go for family planning, that they are able to take postina almost every week. That is misuse of contraception. But also, we are also seeing taboos and restrictive social norms that limit SRHR. So most of these findings have been guiding our awareness creation and service provision. So some of the challenges is still the social norms, but we are continuing to build awareness. We also have staff attrition and transfers, but because of the clinical mentorship that we have, where the district family planning focal person and the district education, the ACAO, the ADHO, assistant DHO, is helping us continuously mentor our health workers, even when we are not there. Also, we don't have equipment. For example, IUDs, the manual vacuum aspiration for PAC, much as our policy allows for post-abortion care. Most of these equipments are not there. And we all know that our people are doing unsafe abortion. Our children are boiling 500 coins to take to induce abortions. But there are also different herbs that people are using to induce abortions. Most of these are unsafe, but also they are incomplete. So some of these equipments help us. But also service delivery is still a challenge in most of the hard-to-reach areas, but outreaches are helping us with that. Then also we have limited social services in hard-to-reach areas. In Lore Island, there is only a primary school. So as soon as the child finishes P7, they automatically graduate. So at what age did you finish P7, people who are here? 13, 14, 15, okay, the maximum. But now from 15, are you sure this person is not going to get pregnant until 30 years? What will they be doing? So some of these things are actually a hindrance to us. So some of such basic services. We also have provision of thermoabrasion for cervical cancer is still a challenge in most of the places we work with, but also policy limitations. Some of the lessons that we have learned while implementing this project is where service delivery equipment are lacking, the capacity built does not translate in service utilization. So you have told someone you have to deal with cervical cancer like this, screen it like this, and then they go to the health centers, no equipment. You understand, eh? So some of those things are still a challenge. We've also designed SRHR manuals for each category because we realized the 10 to 14 are younger than the 15 to 19. So we had to separate these manuals. We also, from the research that you saw, that parental disapproval is a challenge. So we are engaging our parents during the PTA, but we are also using the blended approach of edutainment in form of music, dance, and drama, because these attract the young people more to come and seek the services. So in most cases, when we are doing this, we also have an outreach on station, such as they are changing, as someone is being changed, that we need to get contraception, there is someone to give it to them. So that's what we are doing. So, but also monthly stock analysis and redistribution at district and facility level contributes to reduction of stockouts and improves commodity security. But also the multi-sectoral engagement is key when we are advocating for SRHR. Because, like I said, a school, if a place doesn't have a school, even if you do a lot of SRHR advocacy, you will not get maximum what? Results. So that's what we have. And these are some of our peer educators in school and out of school. And then we have health workers doing a procedure on a patient, and then community awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brenda. Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly stand up? I'm seeing the energy levels are getting low, but we are going to request for max an hour so that we finish, have lunch, and depart. Is that okay? It's good. It's hot. People out there, can you kindly contact the hotel if they can support us? Okay, we're going to call back everyone who has presented, and we're going to give them some flowers as we stretch. Brenda, Anna, Teddy, and Israel. Kindly come and take the front seat. So we're going to give them flowers. We know how to, no, you can up there. I see someone doesn't want to sit up there. You're now our chief guests. So let's give them flowers. We're going to pick red flowers, yellow flowers, green flowers, blue. Let's put them in the basket. Are they there? And let's give it to them. Okay, so let's sit down. Thank you. Okay, you remain up there. You're not going away. And there are also some gifts here for you, for those of you who have presented, and Pio will present that.
As the custom is and has been, every speaker here today will get something special. Those that have spoken have already got, and those that are yet to speak, I'm sure they will get, including myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to do this small function to give our speakers some gifts. In the morning, I moved in the order of the speeches. Allow me to do the same even now. The first speaker was Mr. Israel Waivi from the Together Project. Please come and have your gift. All right.
Photo moment as well.
I've been asked to repeat for a better photo. So I'll not speak, I'll just hear.
Our
next speaker was Teddy from CARE. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is a token of appreciation. Keep it up. The next one was Anna from Rise to Play. Thank you so much, Anna. And the last one, but not the least, was Brenda Nanteza, my alumni. Thank you, Brenda. All right, welcome. End of our small function.
Thank you. Thank you. Later on, we'll also give gifts to our beneficiaries who are kind enough to share their very intimate testimonies and stories with us. It takes a lot of confidence and really agency to be able to talk about what they have gone through. So thank you very much. So our next session is really going to be a reflection. And I know we had the presentations from our 4 consortiums, where they are, what they have done, the challenges they are facing, and the recommendations they are giving. We would, at this point, like to give our different line ministries an opportunity in terms of reflections, what you have seen, what are you advising. So any line ministry who is ready, you can come to the front, but also we are willing to move the mic to the back. Okay, I have been informed Dr. Irene would love to speak first. I know we also had a keynote address from Ministry of Health. I don't know whether it is you who's delivering or there is someone else. So maybe at this point, we'll give Doctor an opportunity to say something to us, then we'll continue with the rest. You're most welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Brenda. I would ride on the existing protocol. As you see me here, I'm in a deep state of sorrow. As one of a colleague we've worked with for over 10 years passed on from the division, and definitely it has really put us low. May I request, before I deliver the speech, a moment of silence to remember our fallen friend. May Agnes Seboa's soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. So, again, I was given these written remarks from the commissioner, Dr. Mugahi, but allow me to say make a few comments before I read it verbatim. I'll start by appreciating GAC, that is Global Affairs Canada, and all the consortium members. I am Dr. Irene Mwenyango, and I work as an Assistant Commissioner, the Adolescent and School Health Division. And having listened in and participated in the activities that the consortium members deliver, I want to applaud the GAG team. Allow me to call it GAG team. We all know that adolescent health cannot be handled by just a single sector. And the implementation by the consortium has really, really brought it out. We have all the line ministries participate. Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Gender, local government, which I think is a direction that as government we are taking on. We want to work in a multi-sectoral approach. And in order to address issues pertaining adolescents, we cannot do it as a single sector. We need the various sectors to work together. And the sharing here has really brought it out vividly, and we are proud of that. Maybe one observation that I saw in terms of the implementation, the young people, and this was basically from Brenda, the 10 to 29, maybe we shall need to tweak it so that we can probably align with, I don't know, but I think that is, I thought I needed to make mention of it because we either know 10 to 24, 15 to 24, that alignment, even in terms of picking data, it is much, much simpler. So probably since we have not gone that far, I think we may need to consider how we came up with that 10 to 29. Allow me now to read the remarks from Dr. Mugahi. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, representatives from Global Affairs Canada, government colleagues, implementing partners, community representatives, and friends. I want to sincerely thank Global Affairs Canada for its long-term commitment to advancing adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights, addressing gender-based violence, strengthening community health in Uganda. I also recognize the valuable contribution of the consortia members. That is, She Shows, Together, Share, and Stand Up, who together with government are delivering transformative initiatives that touch the lives of women, girls, and the vulnerable communities across the country. The projects we celebrate today are aligned with the Ministry of Health and other government institutions' strategic plan and the just concluded National Development Plan 3 and the upcoming National Development Plan 4. They focus on some of the most urgent issues we face. We are all aware of the teenage pregnancy rates that have stagnated, the access to sexual reproductive health services. We know of the statistics in terms of gender-based violence and the issues of implementation at community level. Collectively, they are reaching thousands of adolescents and young people, as well as women, both in and out of school, rural, urban, refugee, and resettlement settings. This reflects the shared commitment of government and partners to leave no one behind. So we then move to the importance of the midterm evaluation. The midterm evaluation being disseminated today offers us an evidence base to assess progress, identify challenges, refine our strategies. And I hope we, as we finalize this today meeting, we shall have come up with strategies that will enable us push and reach our set goals. They also highlight promising practices that can influence national policy as well as service delivery. The value of the community of practice. The launch of the community of practice is timely, and I guess we shall be launching it today. And it's a strategic step by creating a sustained platform for peer learning, technical exchange, and joint advocacy. the community of practice will strengthen coordination and ensure that best practices are scaled up across all GAC-supported projects and beyond. So whatever we are picking here, we shall even replicate beyond the GAC-supported districts. Now, this, as we come to the end of the speech, what is the call? As Ministry of Health, we wish to emphasize 3 areas for action. 1, evidence sharing. I know most of you are part of the teenage pregnancy and surveillance endeavor that happens every Friday. And in here, we do data analysis, which tease out sub-counties that are not performing well. And we focus to support them in a multi-sectoral way. So based on the information, based on the data, we devise intervention. So our key area of focus and call for action is evidence sharing. So we ask that findings and lessons from the project are systematically shared with Ministry of Health to inform our national strategies, particularly as pertains to the adolescent and young persons gender responsive programming. Secondly, we would wish to align with the national priorities. As a sector, we have our priorities that have been set, and we have our 5-year costed implementation plan, which is giving us the sense of direction. What is it that we're supposed to implement in the 5 years? And this costed implementation plan is in alignment with our mother strategic document, that is the RAMNAC sharpened plan, and it operationalizes the National Health Policy 3. So we encourage all consortium members to ensure interventions are fully in alignment with the government frameworks, including the health sector development plan and the adolescent and young people costed implementation plan. The third call for action is leveraging on our community of practice. We call on the community of practice to go beyond just the dialogue and drive collective action. Can we have joint advocacy? Can we have harmonized tools? And can we mobilize resources in a more harmonized way so that we impact not only the deeply affected, but we are in position to sustain. As I close, together, by working in partnership, we can ensure that Uganda's women, girls, and communities have the opportunity not just to survive, but to thrive. On behalf of the Ministry of Health, we want to give the blessing, and we thank GAC for this workshop, and we look forward to learning, and beyond learning, to implement as we review and end the various projects. At that point, allow me to stop here, and those were the words from the Commissioner, Dr. Mugahi Richard. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause for Dr. Irene. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You heard, let's go beyond dialogue, yeah? So we can impact the deeply affected communities. The goal is for people to stop surviving, yeah? And some of you, when you ask your relatives, how are you? Yeah, in Kampala, we are just surviving. Really. That is not how human beings should be. We should be thriving. Absolutely. So thank you, Doctor. Let's now welcome representatives from the Ministry of Water to come and also talk to us. Okay, I think as they get ready, allow me to welcome the Office of the Prime Minister to also come and speak to us. Is this Minister of Water? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you, and I'll ride on the existing protocol. I'm called Mercy Congo. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment. Specifically, I come from the Water and Environment Coordinating Department. I'm very delighted to be part of this work. I feel very proud that WASH is part and parcel of improving adolescent sexual health and reproductive health. I appreciate all the partners. I appreciate our colleagues from the different line ministries. Thank you so much for your involvement into this. Mainly, I would like to remind ourselves that let us maintain coordinating to avoid replication and so that we can maximize the resources that we have and we achieve our targets. With those few remarks, I would like to end my speech and emphasize that thank you so much for making WASH part of this program. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mercy. Office of the Prime Minister, led by, what did Jackson say? Without them, nothing would have been done. Please come and speak to us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. And my name is Afivi Akulu. I'm a refugee desk officer. We work at the Office of the Prime Minister. And I'm based in Lamo desk in Northern Region. And I have colleagues. And probably in the management position in that office, you find that the girl child are, so just know we are lovers of girl child, and we would love to empower our fellow girl child and the boy child. We shall not leave you out. Thank you. Let them introduce themselves, then we can speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Radio Lamo. Jean Pierre is my name. I work for OPM in Arua desk, particularly Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement. Thank you very much.
All protocol observed. My name is Pauline Irene Abina. I'm the refugee desk officer for OPM Ajumani. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. On the protocol already established, as OPM, I think we are so grateful and so humbled to work with all the partners that we have and you've accepted to be part of us in refugee operation and our host communities. We've gone to a level where implementation currently look at 50-50% to both the refugees and the host community. Why? Simply because you find that sometimes even the refugees, some are much, much better than our own host community. And with this, the government of Uganda said, the pressure is on our host community population, and we are grateful to the hosting districts, the local governments that are here. For those ones that are hosting refugees, thank you so much for accepting that category that probably everyone wouldn't think they can survive. But refugees comes with a lot of strength and opportunities. And they have resilience, and they have the reliance like any other Ugandan. So I mean, a refugee enjoys all these rights like a Ugandan enjoys. And with issues of reduction on funding, dwindling resources, you find that such needs, sexual reproductive health is one key thing, and mental health is one key thing that everyone probably would want to work around so that we create and we bring out the resilience in both our host communities and the refugees. And our advocacy is, let's do more with the little that we have right now. I mean, partners that are writing proposals, we have these resources, however little it is, let's align it to all the strategic work plans that government already has in place. Example, yesterday, we just finished the launch of West Rep 2, that is Water and Environment Refugee Response Plan. That is for both host communities and the refugees. And I mean local government, the lower government, and we are going to be part in implementation together with you. That means we need to start re-strategizing and redistribution of the little resources that you probably would have from central government. Because the refugees is going to be a population inclusive among you. So, that is the thinking. That is the round table that everyone needs to, start coming back to draw it. And for sexual reproductive health, this project, I think, aligns with one of the key framework declaration. I'm forgetting, but if not 2010 or of recent, there is Kampala Declaration on, the SDG on Kampala Declaration talks about jobs, livelihood, and employment opportunity. So I mean, if I looked at this project that these consortium partners are doing, I think it speaks to that principle of making sure that young people at all levels are put in the middle of making sure they are skilled. The reason for them being skilled is to make sure that they find jobs opportunities. And we've seen testimonies. We've seen refugees acknowledging, saying, it was because of this, and actually putting the passion of what you're doing and how do you deliver the services to the people that we are serving, both to host and the refugees. I have said a lot, but I think when it comes to work, the passion I have for girl child and women goes to 99%. And that's why you heard Richard saying she got empowered as a boy child because I was working directly with the wife who is a girl child like me. And I mean, if we leave them out, then they become the potential perpetrators. They become the potential issues of the dropouts that we are seeing. And sometimes issues of mindset needs to be one thing we need to put on our strategies. I've heard there's a planning meeting that is going to be done by this team again. Please, let's come together and we have some re-strategizing ourselves on some things that are actually workable and what probably that might not be workable. Mindset issue is one thing that we need to inculcate in both our refugees and the host communities. The young girls, the young boys at all levels of the young generation and the nation that we want to see tomorrow. For those ones who would want to listen more, I think you will find me best in Palabek. We shall talk a lot on project issues, and I believe we shall be successful as a team. Together we can. I said this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for OPM. All right. We are going to have some questions around the room, comments, questions that you captured during the presentations. You can, of course, ask any of the panelists, and so we can have a deeper understanding of the reports. So you just put up your hand, the mic will get to you, and you ask your question.
Thank you very much. Francis is my name. And mine cuts across because it comes on the angle of sexual reproductive health and rights. I think it is a share where specifically it came out that there is increased uptake of those services of reproductive health. Maybe Dr. Irene will be of help here, being a technical person, that of recent there has been a concern that there has been a discontinuation. While people get reproductive health services, there have also been corresponding cases. Okay, there have also been cases of discontinuation. And I think the last UDHS report seemed to have even indicated that many of them seem to discontinue by the second year. And specifically, there was a mention of it hitting a record high of 71% in the case of pills, 65% in the case of injectables, and I think 27% in the case of IUDs. So I am just wondering whether in our work we have factored that in, or we need to begin, because if there is increased uptake and that is not factored in, then it might slow down the gains that we are making. And I am sure the health experts should be able to help a little bit more on that. That's my concern and observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rev. We'll have five questions and answer at once.
Thank you so much. Dorothy Nabwe is my name. I work for War Child Canada. One, I want to thank the presenters. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing and for the presentation. This goes to Together project. You mentioned that regarding the review report, you attained, I calculated it was around 115 achievement in terms of outreach, and also you overachieved in terms of the girls' target. So my question is, what are those enabling factors or strategies that contributed to this great achievement? Then this goes to show us Project Care. You mentioned that you had 5,260 youth saving and lending associations, but they had saved 149 million. So when I calculated, it was around 28,000 per group. So I was wondering, was it the annual saving, weekly? Could you give us more light about this portfolio? Is it weekly, monthly? Because the savings is too small. Then to all the projects that had the midterm evaluations, can you share with us some of the surprises that you got as per the results? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mire Kayanga. As a senior probation officer, Mayuge District Local Government, I'm humbled to be here. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for the panelists for their presentation. We've been enlightened and of course glad. Us at the grassroots, we are happy for the work you're doing for us. Just as my colleague has said, it all seems so beautiful, and this is midterm evaluation. I'm just picturing a picture at the end of it all. What is it going to be? Can we share? What are those surprises that things are working actually beyond what we expected? But then to share, to care, she showers. It all seems well, but we've had a number of projects. A case in point, Rights EC. It seemed very well, safe spaces, but things die out eventually. What are these sustainability plans we have? Leave alone, we are engaging the staff, we are engaging, we are working with stakeholders. Is there something unique that we are doing that this will keep high there? Leave alone, going with the what? With the project. I also had a concern for Brenda. This is the Oxfam. Brenda, thank you so much for all the works you're doing in Mayuge as Oxfam. We are grateful. We are seeing the effort as with your other partners. But then there's something that caught my eye. Yes, we have set a day aside for the young people to get sexual reproductive services. My concern is why a weekend? Because a weekend is like keeping the young people as the other. Why don't we get a day in the course of the week? It's very possible. We are here. We are advocates for the young people. Let's work together and secure that day, Monday to Friday, because we know what happens at the health facilities in the course of the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mine is very simple. I think on the achievements coming from the local governments, we are seeing a generalized statement on achievements. We would want really disaggregated data and specific to the areas you work so that it's easier for us to track. And then also accountability. These achievements, what resources have we injected into this work we have done? I think that will help us really be able to understand how the whole thing has worked out. But otherwise, this is a very good intervention. It's one of the areas we are grappling with, and as government, we are grateful that we have partners that are handling this angle that is really not easy for us as government to tackle. So we want to thank you very much.
Okay, let's have this answered first, and we send another round.
Thank you very much. The first question was from Reverend Francis. Just like you said, the rest of the experts in the house will be able to back on the question. But you asked why there is increase in services, specifically like FP uptake, as well as discontinuation. One of the reasons is that for adolescents specifically, we are looking at really services where you delay pregnancy. So that means that we have more uptake of short acting as opposed to long acting and reversible methods and permanent. So discontinuation is actually inevitable because a young girl is delaying pregnancy if they're in school, or if they're out of school, it is for spacing. So there is definitely going to be uptake, increase in first users, as well as the ones that are discontinuing the methods to be able to have the next pregnancy. And that could be one of the reasons to explain why there's increase in both family planning first users as well as the ones discontinuing. And just to speak about discontinuation from a technical point of view, sometimes it's because of the different side effects that these methods might bring. If we do not have proper management for these, so you find someone is experiencing any side effects, but they are not being properly supported to manage, and this manage or even get cancelled, yet most of the side effects that family planning brings are actually manageable. So if they are not properly cancelled or managed, this can also contribute to the discontinuation of the methods. Thank you.
Maybe we'll allow Doctor to just say something before the rest.
Yes, thank you very much. I think Anne has said it. And what we've seemed to observe when we are ushering in these girls or women into what kind of method they should take, probably that is where it all begins. We are not provided with adequate information. So, like she has rightly said, as long as they get any small effect, because they were not prepared to that level, they are likely to do what? To drop off. Then the other that we've observed, sometimes it comes about when the partner has not, there are social factors. When this young girl or young woman gets, for example, a long-acting method, and the spouse or partner gets to know, there has not been any consultation from them, they are bound to tell them no. So in the subsequent method, they would use something that could be short-lived. So we've had those mixed cases. That is what I could add, but I think we need to really educate beyond just sensitization. We need to educate these young women so that they get into the picking of the service when they have really informed decision. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon. I want to respond to a question that needed an explanation of overachievement, and it just comes down to the approach. We normally get our approaches after consulting. We employed an approach of trainers of trainees. We call them TOTs. We are implementing in 72 villages in the 9 sub-counties. So we're getting a minimum of 3 trainers of trainees from each of those villages. So these people have, we built their capacity in trainings and constant monitoring. And they got all the knowledge on all the project areas. So we sent them out. They trained the communities, and this enabled the reach. Secondly, we leverage so much on stakeholder engagement. I want to thank my members from the districts that we are implementing in. Even when we call them today and we tell them tomorrow, please be available, they will come, because we want them to be part of the process from day one. Then I talked earlier on about the cold mill approach, which mostly wants the communities to do things their way. Our work is just to help them, facilitate them, train them, and help them address their own issues. And the surprises that we are looking at in the midterm evaluation, these people have called us from neighboring villages. Villages we are not even implementing in, and parishes we are not implementing in. They have called us. They do facilitate their members in terms of lunch now. They want us to train them on cold meal, such that they can still also identify their own problems and have their own solutions. We also give out some small grants. They are called community action grants to these cold meal communities. And these have been so much hopeful. So they read so much to the overachievement. Finally, we don't leave out men. So we strategically have a male engagement officer who is supposed to bring men on board. Bringing men on board simply means they have to support us in the attitude change and the mindset change that we look forward to, especially when it comes to what they think about the girl child. Should the girl child go to school? Should they get married early? Should they get pregnant early? So this has helped us so very much. Again, lastly, the surprises, just like I said before, that we found is the overwhelming need. The midterm evaluation helps us understand that even if we are implementing in 24 parishes and probably 9 sub-counties and 72 villages, the neighboring villages want this message. Okay, and for sustainability purposes, we have as well let the TOTs even help the neighboring members, because now we are not facilitating them. Okay, they're just doing their work now without our facilitation, and they're reaching out to the neighboring villages. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the comments, and I will respond to those that were directly channeled to Shisoas. But I want to add to one of the questions by the Reverend on contraception uptake versus discontinuation. I think as I presented, there were findings around the why. Why is there potential discontinuation? We see much as there is an increased uptake of these services, but we still see a need in terms of on our end as the service providers, because there was low level of counseling by the healthcare providers, much as they are taking the service, but the numbers, they were below, I think it was below 40% of those adolescents who said actually they got appropriate information, given alternatives, but also encouraged to come back in case they find challenges. So you find just such a statistic can give you can show you how these adolescents, even as you're encouraging them to take, but you're not giving them alternatives, but also encouraging them to come back in case they get issues. That alone can bring out the discontinuation, but also it brings about the myths that we still find as in communities regarding the contraception use. In terms of the YSLA, so the 5,000 are not VSLA groups, rather they are members. They are members of these over 175 VSLA groups. So the 149 million is an annual saving, an average annual saving for all the 175 groups for 1 year. So imagine how the youths are doing well. Actually, for us, we are looking at it as a healthy saving trend. And with that, we have a 58% utilization rate. In other words, they borrow money and make interest, but also use it for starting up income generating activities. They also have a welfare fund, which is at 38% utilization. So I think that that big number was for the members rather not the VSLA group. Yeah. In terms of the surprises, there are really many surprises. If we had all the time, we would share. But one surprise was around the attitude of the boys. Much as we see a trend in the women, the girls, and their mothers in terms of change of attitude towards adolescent sexual reproductive health, but also other gender approaches and norms. We see the boys still, it's a staggered sort of transformation. There are those that are really changed, but there are those that maybe they are even hard to find. So for us, it is how do we tweak our approaches to be able to target these boys more so that they can also benefit from the transformation. The other one is around the adolescent health, Ministry of Health, adolescent sexual reproductive health guidelines, the uptake and the utilization within the health facilities. Much as these are being specialized, we are continuing to train, but I think there is a low distribution rate. We had some facilities telling us, probably you need to support us, print and share these guidelines. So because that is, I think, a requirement, but I mean, that is something we can work around together with the Ministry of Health, the District Health Office, to ensure that all facilities at least have these guidelines and they continuously apply them. The other one is around the standard of living remaining high, especially for the adolescents. Much as they're engaged in different economic activities, we are trying to build their capacities and skills, but you find, yes, affordability for some of the services is still a challenge. So they need more hands to be supported, and I think we need also to rethink the approach of how are we skilling them. You saw I showed the number of adolescents that we took for vocational skilling is just 115, and compared to the bigger number of adolescents we have. So how do we change the approach to ensure that all other adolescents can benefit from that skilling so that we can see they are not left behind in terms of the economic empowerment. Lastly, on sustainability plans for the impact. I think for us, we took an approach of locally led interventions. In other words, we do not implement as international partners. We have national, local partners who are actually implementing. But even beyond that, we use the community structures, and here I will say the adolescents themselves are involved right from the start of the program. These are BI educators who we now will see they are being enrolled even in the facilities, supporting with triage, supporting with community outreaches, supporting, and we see there is really a need for these to actually be supported, to be, embedded into the health whole facility approach. We see the youth, we've advocated for youth to be part of the health management committees. And with this, even when we close, this will be a practice that once it is embraced, they will continuously engage the youth to be part of the health management committees, but also to drive the adolescent health issues that we want to be addressed. We also have a youth advisory structure in all the districts. So this structure is formulated by the leaders, the youth leaders within the districts. And of course, we are going to be mapping these out as they phase them out, but they be part of they form like a core, I don't know how to call, but a working group where they can continuously, remain in the community to advocate for adolescent health services. And of course the skilling, but also very many other this working with the district stakeholders to train the health facility, the health care providers. I mean, it's their role, but they need to be handheld to be able to do that job. But even as we go, they already have the skills. We've worked with the ministry to review these curriculums, and once these are in place, they should be able to be rolled out and used widely. So I think for us it is to rethink how do we work with the existing structures, but also how do we work with the local national actors to be able to take on these interventions even when the project closes. Thank you.
So I'll be brief. Why a weekend? There is this statement of nothing for us without us, right? And so a weekend was selected based on the youth committees. These health centers have youth committees, and when they were inquired from them, they preferred weekend. Why? Because they also have their friends at school whom they want to come and join these engagements. But there are also other co-curricular activities, games, music, sometimes that the health workers thought that it would be best on weekend when the other people are not there, but also for confidentiality purposes, our youth told us they are not comfortable when their adults are there. So they thought that the weekend was the best place to have these activities. So it was not from us, it was from the health workers and the youth themselves. Why the 10 to 29? Originally, this project was for 15 to 29, but during the project inception meetings, the districts advised us to lower this age category from 10 to 10. And because GAC is a good donor, has a PIP phase that they allowed us to lower it. Why? Because they thought that some of these sexual activities start as early as 10, because I think in Eastern Uganda, either Mayuge or Namaingo, they have the youngest grandmother at 24 years. So you can imagine, when did she get the child, and when did the child actually get the child? So 24 years, how old are you here? And are you a grandchild? Are you a grandparent? So maybe that's something to do. It's divided into the 10 to 14, then 15 to 19. So we don't bring them at once, and there are different manuals that are guided by the National Sexuality Education Framework. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe just one last comment. We had a question asking about the generalization of these results. Maybe just to note is, we know and we have said even in our presentations that what we have done is a contribution. We acknowledge that there are other stakeholders that are doing work around SRH. But also why is because we use government structures. For example, the reporting is through DHIS2 or HMIS, which are national databases. So it's quite unlikely that you go into the database and break down what is the contribution of right to play to FP uptake, what is the contribution of the local government. So as the implementation district, when the interventions improve the general health system, we acknowledge that we contributed to the efforts, but we don't say that we are the only players. And the generalization is because these are national databases and the statistics are really district-based. Yeah, that's it. The resources that we use are available, but because of this, we did not feel that it's relevant to share all the resources that each of us have used, but these are public information and we can be able to avail it as and when we are asked. Just one surprise, maybe to share. as I remember when we shared as share, the district, some districts said, they had, Ajumani said, but how can we say, for example, from the midline, that the levels of satisfaction reduced, yet OPD attendance increased, uptake increased. But so that came as a surprise. But just like we said, we used really mixed methods. These came from focus group discussions and the rest. But that is like really one of the surprises. Another surprise is that you note maybe you find the district where implement information and knowledge about SRH increased, as well as a control, another district, and that could be because of other factors or other contributing factors in the districts. For sustainability, she ably clarified that we work with existing structures, and actually that coming from a district person asking us about sustainability makes more sense. It means that you have the commitment and the power to sustain these interventions that we have started as a project, and we've walked this journey with you, and we are counting on you to be able to sustain them since you have been part of them from day one up to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to allow me to request you to continue this conversation, perhaps at lunch, right? You have the opportunity to come and ask questions directly and share best practices, recommendations, maybe one thing or two that you can borrow from these guys that you can implement. We have two things to do before we stop hearing each other. The rain is really becoming something else. We are going to be launching and signing a commitment shortly. But before we do that, let's listen to way forward. What next after today? Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You allow me also ride on the already established protocol. My name is Pio Ndahiro. I work with ADRA Uganda, specifically Together Project, as team leader. I've been given a task of discussing the way forward. But before that, I found it necessary to share with you something. A story is told in the Bible by Jesus himself of a man, a king, in fact, who went out and organized a feast and invited very many people. And these people never turned up. You know the story, I guess. It disturbed him, but he sent out servants out there to go and gather people from the streets to come and eat the food. Because people had not turned up, they invited guests. The story is long. I don't want to conclude it. But I want to build on that to thank you all for turning up today for this important function. In my little office where I work, I see the kind of work I have. How about you who have even bigger offices? You must be extremely busy people. I cannot stand here and I take it for granted for you to come and commit your whole day to us. I thank you so much for coming. Please clap for ourselves. I am relatively new in this role, and when I came to this role, one of my fiercest assignments was to have this function organized. I will speak this in the presence of my country director. He may not know, but Mr. Siddi, this is one of the hardest responsibilities that I've encountered so far. I've been having wild thoughts and dreams of how this day would be. I could not figure it out well. On this note, I want to ask all my colleagues that we have been working together from ADRA internally and also from the other consortium members to stand up, rise to play, CARE, Oxfam, and ADRA. This team is the only, these are the only members that kept me going. Now, as we are going to launch the Community of Practice officially, the Community of Practice has been around for at least now a year, and some work has been ongoing. So what happened is that we're supposed to have this midterm evaluation sometime in June. We were not ready by then. We scheduled it for July. It flopped. We rescheduled it for August. My colleague Patia can remember, can recall. It flopped until we rescheduled for September 25th. I am happy that today it has happened. I felt you needed to know that. So when the Community of Practice was begun, ADRA was given the responsibility to lead for the first year. The year is ending, I guess today. And CARE was the secretary. ADRA was the chair, the lead. CARE was the secretary, and Rise to Play and the Oxfam were members. And today, as the lead, the success will go to all of us, but somehow, if there is also failure, it will also go to all of us, but you can be sure that everyone eventually will zero down to me. Let me speak about failure. If something has not moved right, somehow, somewhere, it will come back to me. So I want to take this opportunity to talk about this launch or the Community of Practice.
To resurrect and come back just for 6 months, only to do one thing, and he goes back. Law enforcement. Law enforcement. You castrate all these men who are tampering with these young children. We will run away. We are doing very, very badly in terms of law enforcement. That's why we're talking about access to justice denied. Now, also during COVID, we also know that we, the parents, we are negotiating with the perpetrators quietly behind the scenes. Money is exchanging hands, and the girl goes like that, drops out of school, but the parent got some money. So I think we need to do business differently. So for me, my question here was, I saw many, many partners here, and I was wondering at what point do you deliver as one? You are scattered in different places, but we're talking about delivering as one. How do we strengthen our communities for collaboration? The value-based programming. As we're developing this framework, the First Lady, who is behind this initiative, who is our boss now, because we're always in there and out, she's advocating for a value-based programming, where we're nurturing these children with values. Because as we talk about contraception, and condoms and whatever you want to talk about, can we also teach them self-control? We can have self-control, really. Really, we can. Because for Ugandans who are here, you know what Trump did. He pulled the plug, and we're all making noise. Some of these communities we are talking about here, most of them are not made in Uganda. Somebody's putting in money. If you annoy the country director here of ADRA and his counterparts in Canada and they pull the plug, we shall meet in heaven, you people. You will have to explain. We have also to learn how to invest in those community structures there. Those parents, for me, for us, we are mobilizing and we are saying parenting is the core. We need to start from there. And then finally, is about strengthening our partnership and collaboration. Somebody mentioned about working with religious leaders, but I've never seen them. How do you work with them? That is now siloed programming, because one of the challenges we have in this country, ladies and gentlemen, is lack of coordination at the collaboration front. There at the front line, where we need to convene together there and tackle these challenges. We go silos. The Minister of Health is going their way. The Minister of Education is going their way. The Minister of Gender, and that siloed programming. So efficiency, effectiveness, zero. The second one is also an even investment. And I was looking at the advocacy agenda for this initiative, for this consortium. An even investment is also costing us. If they put more money in the health sector and so little in the education sector, it won't work for us. That's why we need to quarrel with these people. For us, when we're on this side, let's also organize ourselves and we quarrel with them. Because we need to close the tap of new cases coming from some of these routes that we are talking about. So I'd like to actually thank the conveners for this meeting, for giving us the opportunity to learn, to also share our experiences. The Religious Council of Uganda, I think, coordinates most of the health services in this country, the education sector. So we have a lot to share from our constituency, and we hope that we can be able to make a difference in the partnership with these consortium members. So as we leave this hall, I want to leave you with one question of how best we can deliver as one. Because at the end of the day, we need to own these results. These are our children. They are not for those Oxfam or Share. They are our children. They're only coming to support us. And we need to thank those partners for always coming here to work with us. But also we need to ensure that we advocate for political will, more resources that are internal here, and make sure that we move together as a country. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, my colleagues who are here, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the country director of ADRA for always remembering IRCU and inviting us here. I'll continue to work with my colleague, my brother, Pastor Chizito, to ensure that our constituency is here, our voices are heard, and of course we can mobilize our structures to be able to support this initiative. I thank you and God bless you. I'll ask one of my elders here to pray for us for our lunch.
Let's honor God as we are. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving us this opportunity to share together and challenging ourselves on pertinent issues facing this, our land. And we want to thank you for the conveners and partners in this engagement and all who have a stake. Thank you also for our hosts and all who have taken the responsibility of facilitating in one way or the other. We pray that you who brought us here safely will lead us back to our respective assignments safely. And for what has been provided to nourish our physical bodies, we thank you. We pray that you bless it to energize us to continue in your service and also to provide for those who do not have. And bless us even as we part in our ways. And friends, may God bless you. May God watch over you. May God take care of your concerns. And the blessings of God Almighty, God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit be with each one of you now and always. Amen.
Those who've not signed, you're welcome to sign.